Chapter 1884. Standing in front of King Amos, peace between man and nature seemed extremely calm, just as calm as King Amos. He lowered his head, and there was no blood on his body. Even the blood on his cut wrist had not dripped down for a long time. "I believe you can still hear me," said peace between man and nature directly. "You should give me a response, Your Majesty." King Amos moved as expected. He slowly raised his head, but his eyes were deeply sunken. He looked like an old man who was about to die. He used to be a middle-aged man in his prime, but now his hair had turned white. What response do you want me to give you?" The Yamos king's voice wasn't loud, but it didn't stop. Mu Tianrin could see that the Yamos king's eyes weren't weak at all. Instead, they were filled with a strange vitality. "For example, you should resist," or something like that. Peace between man and nature directly waved his sword, putting it on King Amos's neck. King Amos looked at him calmly. "At this time, I should be saying something." Peace between man and nature suddenly said, "But the result is the same whether you say it or not, so there's no need to say more." King Amos suddenly said, "Look at me, I'm about to die. You dying by yourself is different from me killing you with my own hands." Peace between man and nature chuckled. With a shake of his wrist, the sword naturally swept towards King Amos's neck. Although this sword was not one of the 3 divine weapons in the world, it was still a rare weapon. With peace between man and nature's swordsmanship, it was as easy as drinking water for him to cut through gold and jade and cut off the neck quickly. "Stop!" At this moment, a stone shot out and bounced off Mu of the Heaven's sword. The stone that bounced off the edge of the sword instantly shattered, and the sword was swept away. Mu of the Heavens took advantage of the momentum to spin his sword, changing from a slash to a stab in a split second, aiming for the space between the Yamos king's brows. Stabbing the heart often didn't kill people. Who knew if this person's heart had grown crooked? In order to avoid this situation, peace between man and nature liked to directly break the opponent's eyebrows, penetrate the opponent's brain, or directly cut off the opponent's head. I said stop. However, a loud shout was heard, and this extremely fast sword was still blocked. The strength of the rebound forced Mu Tianrin to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. He looked at the person who forced him to step back, the person who was now standing beside King Amos, his teacher, the kingdom's sword saintly Yilo. Seeing this, peace between man and nature was quite calm. He even withdrew his sword, as if he had completely given up the intention to attack. He smiled faintly and said, "Since this is the teacher's request, as a student, I will stop. I will witness the death of His Majesty, which is also not bad." Sword saintly Yilo shook his head. He knew that this student was eccentric, but he knew how to judge the situation better than anyone else. The reason why he gave up attacking was probably because he saw that King Amos really didn't have much time left to live. Waiting and attacking were indeed different in meaning. But peace between man and nature was obviously willing to give up the difference in meaning for the final result. A ruthless person. Right at this moment, a figure rapidly fell to the ground. Her body fiercely smashed into the ground, and the force of impact caused the ground to tremble a little. It was none other than Empress Hilda. After such a heavy impact, Queen Hilda quickly got up again. It seemed that she was just in a mess, but it didn't affect her movement at all. However, Gong Sun Ernyang fell together with Queen Hilda. Gong Sun Ernyang looked around and saw King Amos and the others in the summoning circle. She glanced at the activated circle and frowned. "You shouldn't have the fragment. How did you activate this circle?" "You didn't use Kalos." Queen Hilda, who had completely walked out of the deep pit, exclaimed, "Yamos, how could it be you?" She felt that a hidden and terrifying power was awakening in the Hall of Guardians. She hurried over, but encountered Gong Sun Ernyang. After a fierce battle, she finally found out that the blood sacrifice wasn't Princess Kalo, but King Amos himself. At this moment, Queen Hilda was very depressed. If she knew that it was King Amos himself, she wouldn't have fought Gongsun Ernyang so head-on. "You're here too, Hilda." King Amos smiled at this time. "You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen in your military uniform." "Where is Callow?" Queen Hilda said angrily, "I can't sense her. Did you hide her, or—" "She's fine, and she's doing very well. I got Gu to bring her to a safe place." The Yamo's king slowly said, "Laura captured her and wanted to use her as a blood sacrifice for her old lover. However, there was a small problem in the middle. Perhaps it was because I took the initiative to perform the blood sacrifice, which disrupted that guy's original plan. She was casually thrown to the side. Right, that guy's name is Varley, right?" Queen Hilda's eyes narrowed, as if to distinguish if King Amos was telling the truth. Why did you do that? Aren't you afraid of death?" "Is this pity for me?" King Amos said faintly. "For me, it's really a luxury to be able to get a trace of pity from you, the Dragon Empress." "Humph! A night of husband and wife, 100 nights of grace." Gongsun Ernyang sneered at this time. "This bitch still has some redeeming qualities." Queen Hilda snorted angrily, but looked at Gongsun Ernyang with murderous intent. At this time, King Amos seemed to want to stand up, but Sacred Swordsman Liolo directly reached out to help him. The emperor of this country finally stood up, swaying. "Sacred Swordsman," Liolo frowned at this time, "how long can you last?" "Not much longer." King Amos smiled weakly. "But it shouldn't be a problem when all the people who should come are here. Mister who wants to return the 2 god weapons to our country. Do you plan to show yourself, or do you plan to hide and watch all of this?" "Actually, I just arrived." Following King Amos's words, Boss Luo's voice came from behind everyone. The boss walked out of the ruins calmly with Nan Xiaonan. King Amos smiled indifferently. "Actually, I didn't know if you were here or not. I just guessed." Boss Luo said casually, "Usually it's possible to guess." "It's really nice to talk with you." King Amos smiled again, then shook his head. "You're not here yet. Gu." At this time, 2 figures fell from the sky. Or rather, they were thrown into the sky and then fell here. Their bodies were like mud. One was lying motionless while the other was full of annoyance and panic. These 2 people were Sneeve and Dr. Gores. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the ground beside King Amos. He was hidden in a black cloak. It was the user of the god weapon 10-sided annihilation that Boss Luo borrowed Gu. "I met these 2 guys on the way back, so I brought them back." King Amos said indifferently, "It doesn't matter whether I brought them back or not. They are too weak. Even if they stay here in the future, they won't be able to cause any trouble. After all, what I care about is the more threatening ones." As he said this, King Amos looked at Gongsun Ernyang and said seriously, "Madam, I don't know your name." Gongsun Ernyang frowned, as if she thought of something, then said coldly, "Mose, did you deliberately lure him to the king's city?" "He's a good kid." King Amos smiled and said, "Although he's a little simple-minded, he's very happy. Jack often praises him in front of me. Oh, by the way, Jack, are you planning to hide and watch the show?" Peace between man and nature frowned subconsciously. At this time, he heard a lot of footsteps. He turned around and saw a man wearing a black iron mask slowly climbing up the stairs with a sword in his hand. Behind him, there was a group of warriors in black armor with murderous intent. "Ha ha ha! Yamos, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm here to kill you." Looking at the man with the black iron mask and the warriors in black armor, peace between man and nature couldn't help but open his mouth. "Marshal, Jack." At this time, Gongsun Ernyang frowned. Queen Hilda also frowned. At this time, King Amos said indifferently, "It seems that this time everyone is here. Let's begin." A huge burst of light instantly erupted from the summoning rituals array. It rushed up to the sky, then rushed downwards and actually covered the entire palace. Rings of light started to float. At this time, Gongsun Ernyang's expression changed slightly. She felt that the space in the palace seemed to be completely cut off from the outside world. At the same time, silently, the shadow of a huge warrior in golden armor was still standing in the middle of the palace. It was even bigger than the terrifying giant that Mr. Varley made. It just stood there, quietly behind King Amos. Guardian. Dr. Girls raised his head at this moment and stared at the appearance of this huge, golden-armored general in a daze. There was even a trace of horror in his eyes. Is it really the final guardian? No. No, the guardian shouldn't be so huge. Gong's son Eunyoung frowned, but didn't say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, King Amos suddenly raised his arm. At the same time, the huge warrior in golden armor behind him also raised its huge sword with both hands. This world shouldn't be enslaved by the dragons of the continent. This world shouldn't be wantonly plundered by outsiders. The Yamos king's voice slowly rang out. This is a world that belongs to us humans. As he spoke, the golden-armored general suddenly thrust his golden great sword downwards, and shockingly, this golden great sword was pointed at Queen Hilda. Yamos, how dare you? Feeling the terrifying power coming from the golden sword, Queen Hilda had no choice but to let out a roar. Using the massive amount of power stored in the orb, she poured it directly into the unformed Sacred Heart and created a giant black sword out of thin air. Then, she swung it fiercely at the golden sword. Boom! The sword lights collided, and the airflow instantly flipped the roof of the palace. Queen Hilda said angrily, "You can't kill me with this." Then let's count this in. As the chaotic airflow surged, iron-faced Marshal Jack shouted and raised his hands high. A scepter that was emitting a dazzling light slowly fell into Marshal Jack's hands. He didn't hold this scepter for long. While holding it, he threw it directly at King Amos and shouted, "Yamos! This is what you want. I've made it for you." The moment this dazzling scepter fell into King Amos's hands, King Amos's old body was suddenly covered by a silver light. At the same time, a silver light burst out from the huge shadow of the golden warrior. Under the flickering light of gold and silver, the golden greatsword instantly cut Queen Hilda's black greatsword in half and cut it down. The ground was split, and the entire palace was split into two, starting from the Hall of Guardians. A bottomless crack appeared. At the edge of the crack, Queen Hilda sat on the ground in a daze. The sacred armor on her body was full of cracks, as if it would shatter with a light touch. What is this? What kind of scepter is this? Why does it have? Queen Hilda murmured to herself in a daze. It's even more powerful than the 3 godly weapons. Dragon Breaker. This is impossible. Our world has been improving all the time. It was King Amos's majestic voice. The 3 godly weapons were indeed powerful, but we humans shouldn't only have the ability to make 3 godly weapons once. As long as we're alive, we'll make even more powerful godly weapons. This radiance of the king, I spent 20 years gathering all the power in this world. Finally, I've made it. Radiance of the king. Queen Hilda seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly looked at Marshal Jack, who had provided this scepter to King Amos. It's you, the one who has been wandering around the world, exterminating the remnants of the various countries. 20 years, Marshal Jack shouted. Unknowingly, it's been 20 years. The radiance of the king, the scepter that was made with the blood of the royals of all the countries in the world. It's not complete yet, and it still lacks the blood of the royals. King Amos, I'll give it to you now. Then Marshal Jack suddenly pulled out his sword, stretched his hand to the sky, and pulled the blade. Suddenly, a blood-red radiance was thrown into the scepter in King Amos's hand. Marshal Jack laughed crazily. King Amos, I'll be waiting to kill you in the end. The blood of the royals, the blood of the royals? The second lady of public prosecutions frowned. From the moment the golden-armored general appeared, or rather, from the moment the entire palace was isolated, she felt an incomparably heavy pressure. This kind of pressure made it hard for her to breathe. Therefore, she didn't move and dealt with the situation by remaining unchanged. However, the guardian of the kingdom, summoned by King Yamos, wasn't an array guardian that could be defeated by her, as she had once told Boss Luo. This golden armor general was definitely not summoned by the servants, and it was the final guardian to clear the level. "You're a royal?" Queen Hilda was shocked. "How can you be a royal?" "I slaughtered all the royals of Elnis, and only King Amos was left." "There's no way there's anyone left." Marshal Jack sneered. "Who said I have the royal bloodline of Elnis? In this world, every country that is born naturally inherits a noble bloodline. There's not only one Elnis in this world." As he spoke, he glared at Queen Hilda with an incomparably furious gaze. At this moment, Marshal Jack took off the black iron mask on his face, revealing an ugly face that seemed to have been burned by a raging fire. "I am the King of Caudiez, King Zayart, the Queen of the Dragons. You never thought that I'm not dead. Today is the day that the souls of the thousands of people of the Highland will witness your defeat. You're the Highlands, King Zayart." Queen Hilda got up with difficulty. This caused the divine armor on her body to shatter, and the fragments fell to the ground, forming a mess. Without the divine armor, her body would have been crushed by the impact of that attack. Suddenly, Queen Hilda laughed out loud. She stared at the man who held the radiance of the king, and suddenly became calm. "Yamos, you really are a terrifying person. For this day, you even doted on Carol so much. It was all for this day, wasn't it?" "The dragons shouldn't exist on the continent," King Amos said calmly, "at least in my era." The golden sword slashed out again. Queen Hilda was injured, and standing was her limit. She could only watch the giant sword fall. Perhaps her life was about to come to an end. "King Amos, you forced me." Queen Hilda took a deep breath, and her face instantly became ferocious. "Then I won't be a dragon any more." A black light rushed out of Queen Hilda's body and covered her whole body. Just as the golden greatsword was about to strike her head, Queen Hilda raised her hand and caught the greatsword that was several times larger than her body with her bare hands. At this moment, Queen Hilda's body suddenly split open. She actually expanded at a terrifying speed. Finally, a black dragon that was as large as a gold general appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was even bigger than the golden armor general. Its eyes were crimson red, and its wings were several kilometers long. Its 4 limbs were like 4 small mountains. It was so huge. "This is Hilda's true form." Looking at the Queen of the Dragons, Marshal Jack couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't expect it to be a black dragon. If this is really that bitch's true form, then I have to congratulate you." Suddenly, Gong Sun Ernyang's voice slowly sounded. "Although I don't know what you plan to do, you obviously don't know what you have awakened." "What is it?" Sword Saint subconsciously looked at Gong Sun Ernyang, this mysterious hidden expert. Gong Sun Ernyang stared at the black dragon with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "Why did I only beat Hilda and not really kill her? Why didn't I really force her into a desperate situation? Because I know that once a woman goes crazy, she can really throw away her life. She is even more terrifying than a man. What you have awakened is the real mastermind behind the destruction of the gods and titans of the Golden Era." The destruction of the Golden Era. Sword Saint Leo's expression changed drastically. Every era will give birth to a protagonist who will lead history forward. Gong Sun Ernyang quickly said, "The great kings of history, the pioneers of a certain field. Because of the existence of these protagonists, the world will have breakthroughs again and again. The gods of the Golden Era occupied too many places, and the dragons of the continent were just a race that was enslaved. Hilda was probably chosen in that era. You can also say that she was controlled by fate, but she had always been resisting. But when she gave up on resisting and chose to become one with fate, becoming a new life, it became the black hand behind the scenes, the will. Hearing Gong Sun Ernyang's words, King Amos, who was holding the glory of the king, was silent. Suddenly, he controlled the golden armored general again, and the sword directly swept out. The black dragon roared and directly waved its claws to meet the attack. The black dragon and the golden armored general were about the same size, and the fight between the two was like two mountains colliding in the air. The entire sealed royal palace was directly shattered. A huge rock directly broke out of the ground due to the violent tremors. Nan Xiaonan saw this and quickly controlled a monster to shatter the huge rock. She looked around nervously and said in horror, "Mr. Luo, the mastermind mentioned by Gong Sun Ernyang. Could it be the chessboard itself?" "Something like that." Boss Luo nodded. "Lady Nan, didn't you already know that the original will of the chessboard was shattered and became the fragments that you collected? However, the chessboard is still running. Naturally, it means that a new will has replaced the previous one. Then what should we do?" Nan Xiaonan frowned. "The battle of the chessboard this time? Is there no end to it?" "How can it be?" Boss Luo said indifferently. "It just made things happen earlier. Actually, I should have missed these. Now that I think about it, it's because of me. I said something that caused part of it to happen earlier." "So?" Boss Luo suddenly looked at Nan Xiaonan and asked, "Lady Nan, since we entered the King City, until now there are many people gathered here for different purposes. Among these people, if you were to choose one to help, who would you choose?" I don't quite understand what you mean." Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and said, "Mr. Luo, what do you mean by help? And among these people here?" "Yes, among these people here." Boss Luo nodded and waved his hand. Many light screens appeared behind him. On these light screens, there were different people: King Amos, Marshal Jack, Sword Saint Yolo, Gong Sun Ernyang, Queen Hilda transformed into a black dragon, even the peace between man and nature, Dr. Gores and Sneeve, who were very miserable. Nan Xiaonan even saw Tang Tianlin in one of the light screens. She even saw the young Wali who was supposed to have his hands cut off. At this time, the young Wali was maintaining a hiding posture. Obviously, he was hiding somewhere, but he didn't know that he was exposed in this light screen. Among these individuals who have been given a special mission in this era, Boss Luo's voice sounded softly in Nan Xiaonan's ears. "Who do you think is the most valuable? Who do you think is the most suitable to help? What kind of standard do you use to judge this choice you made?" Nan Xiaonan looked at these people in a daze and suddenly felt her scalp go numb. Help one of them? He doesn't want to do it directly. Does he want to borrow my hand? It was an act that affected an entire era. In other words, it was equivalent to directly interfering with the development of a world. It was a great taboo in the void dimension, and if not for the powerful beings of the void, there was no telling what would happen if they simply interfered and died. It was true that she had broken free from the shackles of her original world and left, but that was not a path that she had forcefully created. It was the destruction of an entire era, a bloody path that countless living beings had forcefully created at the cost of their lives. She was merely the only lucky one in that war of transcendence. Nan Xiaonan traveled freely in the void dimension and never got involved in these things. She would leave immediately after she got the benefits in the void dimension. She would plan before taking action. She would scatter the ashes when she killed someone and run away when she was full. She was so low-key that she didn't have many friends for so many years. Now, she was asked to interfere in the era of the chessboard world. "Mr. Luo." Nan Xiaonan had a bitter expression at this time. You guys are too sophisticated. Can I not participate? Can I massage your legs for you?" Boss Luo chuckled. "Didn't you say that you want to stay by my side and get the power of freedom? If you really want to stay by my side, maybe in the future you will participate in more similar or even more intense events. It's not just a single subworld. It could also include the limits of what you know, or even the entire dimensional crevice beyond the limits. Do you intend to make such preparations? Nan Xiaonan's consciousness went blank, and her whole body trembled. A small salesperson in the financial street was suddenly invited to a meeting on the top floor with a group of bosses who could influence the overall situation of the economy. Maybe this was the feeling. You'll die. You'll really die. Nan Xiaonan trembled. You'll be doomed eternally if you don't handle it well. You've just escaped from the small world. You don't have to get involved in such a horrible situation. Isn't it better to be a salted fish? You'll die. Boss Luo just looked at her calmly at this time. Nan Xiaonan gritted her teeth. Mr. Luo, if I hand in a blank paper, will I lose the chance to take the exam in the future? Boss Luo still looked at her calmly without speaking. Nan Xiaonan's scalp went numb. She had never felt so excited before. Indescribable existence. Indescribable existence. I'm going all out this time. I bet you're really an indescribable existence. You're a guy who can really wrestle with the leaders of those big forces in the dimensional rift. I will give you all my life. Give it to you. You are a terrible guy. You got me killed. You have to be responsible for me. If you don't take care of me this time, I will rape you countless times in my mind. All kinds of things you can't imagine. I will do it once 1,000 times. I will make you pose in all kinds of shameful positions. Without waiting for Boss Luo's response, Nan Xiaonan suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at one of the screens. I will bet on this guy. Boss Luo looked at the screen that Nan Xiaonan pointed at with surprise and asked curiously, Why did you choose this person? Nan Xiaonan said with a sad face, Do I have a choice? If I can't tell who you like and who you don't like, how can I enter the exam? I like. Boss Luo smiled and shook his head. Lady Nan, you are really smart. Nan Xiaonan sighed and was about to cry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy for that delicious taste of your hometown, Boss Luo said. Since you have made a choice, then we will follow it. As for the result, we will see. Wait, one last question. Nan Xiaonan braced herself and said, Suppose I made the wrong choice? Boss Luo said indifferently, Since you want to work by my side, I hope that my employees won't make any big mistakes. A mistake that really doesn't exist, not a mistake that I want to make. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but complain in her heart. Do you think you are right? Chapter 1885. The voice of the wind suddenly became heavier. In fact, after midnight, there was already thunder and the sound of wind. Now it was raining heavily outside the castle. The heavy rain came suddenly like a guest in a hurry. Even in the brightly lit banquet hall, the light of the lightning could still be clearly felt. And here, Miss Gonglina was just calmly tidying her nails. The chessboard game entered a semi-automatic mode. As the masters, they could know what was happening in the chessboard world through the rapidly flashing instructions. What kind of experience was this? It was probably the experience of a text-type AFK game. It was quite boring. Of course, for the players who were addicted to this kind of game, perhaps they couldn't stop. This was a game where the more they liked it, the more they liked it. Those who didn't like it didn't even have a start. The world was in a violent turmoil. The warriors were about to face a nightmare of destruction. The plunderers would be punished eventually. This was their punishment. It stopped. Miss Gong, Lina's movements stopped. She subconsciously looked up and found that her only opponent, Miss Maid, was also looking at the chessboard. The notification from the chessboard stopped, Miss Gong Lina said again. It seems so. Miss Maid gave a rare positive response to Miss Gong Lina. This is their punishment. The last notification I received. Me too. Miss Gong Lina paused for a moment before her expression darkened. She subconsciously looked at the time and realized that Chef Narson, who had gone to prepare the food, had been gone for too long. The steward who had gone to look for him had also been gone for too long. Of course, there was also the coachman who came for her. The chessboard seemed to be undergoing some unknown changes. At least Miss Simic thought so. At this moment, a faint sound attracted her and Miss Maid's attention at the same time. On the ground, Tiff, the elder sister of the twin maids who was knocked down by Mr. Butler because of sudden insanity, slowly sat up. Her eyes were blank, as if she didn't know what had happened. She stared blankly at Gong Lina and Miss Maid, who were the only ones left beside the chessboard. Oh, there was also a black dog lying on the ground, looking around stealthily but not moving at all. "What is this place?" Tiff said, subconsciously. Gong Lina glanced at him and said faintly, "Are you awake? If you are, go and see what happened to your butler and chef. Or are you saying that they already feel that they can neglect me as a guest without the permission of your host?" Butler. Tiff couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then she reacted and quickly got up. I'll go look for him right away." Seeing her running over in a panic and pushing open the door of the banquet hall, the eldest daughter of the Tsimus family shook her head and said calmly, like the elder sister of the host, "I'm really sorry, my little brother likes to hire weird guys." Miss Maid just smiled from the bottom of her heart. It was a fake smile, and it was obvious that she was being perfunctory. Miss Gong Lina frowned at this time, but she didn't lose her temper. She began to slowly stroke a ring on her finger. An emerald gem on the ring seemed to flash at this time. "Right," Miss Gong Lina suddenly said at this time. "Do you know that servants can take things out of the chessboard world?" "That's really incredible," Miss Maid said with a surprised expression. It was obvious that she was just saying that in a perfunctory manner. Miss Gong Lina frowned, and when she was about to say something, the door of the banquet hall suddenly opened. But this time, it wasn't the evil wind outside the castle that blew the door open. A figure was standing outside the door at this time. It was Mr. Nelson, who went to prepare food earlier. Miss Gong Lina felt strange. Tiff just left to look for food. Logically speaking, they didn't meet on the way. "Nelson? What happened?" But soon, Miss Gong Lina felt something was wrong with Mr. Nelson at this time. Nelson didn't wear the chef's hat that he only took off when he was sleeping. His face looked quite dirty, and his clothes were also dirty and torn as if he had been attacked. Chef Nelson walked 2 steps forward expressionlessly. Suddenly he reached out his hand, and his lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. His face suddenly became panicked, and his eyes were full of despair. His body had actually completely withered in an instant. It was as if he was a piece of human skin that had been dried under the sun and had lost all moisture. Strangely and horribly, he directly fell to the ground. At this time, behind Nelson's body, which was the entrance of the door, stood the elder sister of the twin maids who had just woken up Tiff. What was more strange was that there were dozens of huge green plant roots that looked like tentacles beside Tiff, which were constantly waving. "I met Mr. Nelson on the way," Tiff said indifferently. At this time, Tiff said indifferently, "Just in time to bring it to you, Miss Gong Lina. What a pity if Mr. Nelson didn't want to hide here in a hurry. Perhaps he wouldn't have died. He even wanted to greet me, but he was still so friendly." Looking at the strange smile on Tiff's face, they could imagine what had happened in the short time outside the door. "What do you want to do?" Miss Gong Lina frowned. Her face was full of dignity. "Master said it's time to end this game." The maid laughed strangely and said, "He said it's too boring, and this game didn't meet his expectations at all. You or the thing behind you. This should be something that Wally brought out from inside. Something that Gores has been studying all this time, right? It turns out that it has been raised so big without anyone noticing. It seems that a lot of nutrients have been given to it. Those guys who failed the chessboard game." Gong Lina sneered. "However, one of the most important rules of the chessboard game is that no one is allowed to interrupt the progress of the game. This chessboard was first discovered by me, and I gave it to Wally. I know this better than anyone else." "That's too much." Tiff still laughed strangely. "You know the dangers of the chessboard, but you still let Master Wally explore the world inside again and again. as an elder sister. It's too much to treat her younger brother like this. Tiff wouldn't treat her younger sister Tina like this. It's just a conjoined monster. Miss Gonglina snorted coldly. Your existence depends on the blood of the Simasai family. But you dare to be so rude to me, the legitimate heir of the Simasai family. Perhaps I should really discipline these disobedient servants on behalf of Wally. After saying that, Miss Gonglina's eyes flashed with a trace of blood-red color. At the same time, circles of dark red ripples floated. It seemed to be some kind of sound, a sound that was completely targeted at Tiff. Under the erosion of the dark red ripples, Tiff suddenly showed a painful expression. She held her head with both hands, grabbed her hair fiercely, and screamed miserably. Seeing this, Miss Gonglina just showed a faint smile, but the smile soon stopped. The punishment of a superior vampire to an inferior vampire is like this. Tiff, who was originally in great pain, suddenly calmed down. She put on that strange smile again. Miss Gonglina, is Tiff's performance okay? How did you? Gonglina couldn't help but frown. Didn't Wally bite you? No, the blood flowing in your body is indeed the blood of Simasai. Because Tiff is not alone now. Her body began to float. It was the roots of those huge and thick plants that lifted her body up. No, it was the roots of many of these plants that grew out of her body, from under her maid's skirt. Dense plant roots grew out explosively at this time. Tiff's skin turned green at this time. She seemed to have completely turned into a huge plant at this time. Those huge roots grew out countless fine rhizomes, crawling all over the banquet hall. Seeing this, Miss Gonglina sighed instead. So it seems that Wally is really at his wit's end. He actually pinned his last hope of counterattack on you? How pitiful, my brother. A dark red power surged in the body of the eldest daughter of the Simasai family. This was the power of the high-ranking noble vampire, which was also the power of the top bloodline in this bloodline clan. There was a faint crackling sound in the air. Those plants that covered the banquet hall were agitated crazily at this time, as if they were fighting against something. The air became heavy, and cracks began to appear on the floor. Even before the fight, this eldest daughter of the Simasai family gave a huge pressure just by the leakage of power. Tiff, who had completely turned into a plant, made an extremely sharp and harsh sound at this time. Beside her, dozens of roots rose up, vertical and hardened like dozens of sharp steel bars, shooting directly at Gonglina. Seeing this, the eldest daughter of the Simasai family opened her mouth, which represented the appearance of the fangs of the vampire, gloomy and terrifying. This should be a luxurious and spacious banquet hall. Perhaps it would soon be destroyed by them. Seeing that the surrounding windows had been blown away by the airflow, and the heavy rain outside the castle came in with the wind, Black Hound and Black Dragon, lying on the ground, were so scared that they directly held their heads, shivering and hiding under the table where the chessboard was placed. Only Miss Maid was still standing there. Standing in the chaotic airflow, the evil wind blew her long dress and messed up her hair at the same time. That's enough. She stretched out her hand, gathered the messy hair back, and sighed softly. Her arm suddenly swung down, and at the moment a finger snap was naturally born from her fingertips, followed by dozens of black butterflies flying from Miss Maid's fingertips. This can't even be considered as killing time. Her voice was so clear that it seemed to be right next to Tiff and Gonglina's ears. However, the moment they heard her voice, the black butterflies quietly landed on their bodies. But my master likes it. All of this is new to him. After all, he is still young. Miss Maid's voice was elegant and calm. It's understandable that he likes new things. As a servant, of course, I have to take care of my master's curiosity, but... The voice took a sharp turn. They had never heard a voice that was more like a cold wind blowing from a very low place. But aren't you a bit too noisy? What about me? At this moment, I don't know why, but I'm inexplicably irritated. The butterflies bloomed, and the black flame instantly burned Tiff and Gonglina. no matter what their purpose was, what secrets they had, and what they wanted to do. I'm irritated, so I want to do something. Even what fate had arranged for them didn't seem to matter at this moment. It was like a complete building falling down in an instant, the Great Wall of China collapsing in the blink of an eye, and a huge crack was split open by something in the clear sky. Like this. This was the feeling of destroying everything that was neat, orderly, or established, or should have been, for no reason at all. At this moment, the whole castle was covered with a layer of black flame. The plants that had unknowingly covered the whole castle were directly burned up at this moment. A miserable scream sounded from the depths of the castle. It seemed to be the source of these plants. Miss Maid's 5 fingers were slightly open at this moment, and a black flame was tumbling and jumping between her fingertips and finally disappeared. On the ground, Tina and Gong Lina were burnt black, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Miss Maid said expressionlessly, "Ah, I feel much better." While saying, Miss Maid's eyes moved down. Black Dragon and Black Hound, who were hiding under the table, were staring at her. They dared not to move, dared not to move. Miss Maid said coldly, "Aren't you hungry?" Black Hound and Black Dragon's eyes widened again. A burnt smell came, and soon all their olfactory nerves were controlled. They couldn't help but greedily look at Tiff and Gong Lina not far away. "Go," Miss Maid said indifferently, after waiting for so long medium rare. Woof, woof. Chapter 1886. This was an extremely difficult battle for the castle's bodyguards. They had never encountered such a strange and terrifying plant before. The passage, the windows, the floor, and even the ceiling were covered with dense and powerful plant roots. Even the ghouls, who had been transformed and possessed extraordinary physical strength, were like insects caught in a trap when they were entangled by these plants. After being attacked by the plants one after another, all the zombie bodyguards were drained of all their water and turned into dried corpses that were hung up on the ground. At this moment, there was only one ghoul bodyguard standing beside the butler, Mr. Lisa. Why is this happening? The last corpse ghoul bodyguard spirit was on the verge of collapsing. In fact, this kind of corpse ghoul that was born through modification was very unstable in spirit to begin with. But every vampire in the castle was so powerful that they could suppress their inner rage by constantly sensing danger. However, when fear overcame their fragile rationality, the situation became as bad as it could get. We just went to find Chef Nelson. Why did it become like this? They suddenly encountered these terrifying plants in the passage. The drastic change happened in just a short moment. Only the ghoul bodyguard was left. It subconsciously looked back and saw Mr. Lisa, who had dark circles under his eyes, standing there expressionlessly. The ghoul bodyguard couldn't help but shudder. "Mr. Lisa, save me! Save me!" Seeing Lisa walk up to it, the ghoul bodyguard was overjoyed. But in the next moment, Mr. Lisa's palm pierced through its chest at lightning speed. The last corpse ghoul bodyguard wanted to say something, but it couldn't. A dozen sharp plant roots pierced through its body and lifted it up. Countless tiny roots seeped into its body and absorbed all of its essence at an extremely fast speed. Who opened the door of the laboratory? Mr. Lisa lowered his head and pondered. But the plants around him didn't let him go. Those fine and tender roots began to extend toward him. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Lisa's body was completely covered by these fine roots. It looked like layers of fine spider silk. But at this moment, the fine roots on the butler's body suddenly burned. The plants around the passage were instantly incinerated by the black flame that appeared out of nowhere. Mr. Lisa's eyes narrowed. A shrill scream came from the depths of the castle. It seemed to be the source of these plants. At this moment, Mr. Lissa seemed to have thought of something and immediately ran in the direction of the shrill scream. While running, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to have stepped on something. Mr. Lisa lowered his head and saw that a shiny silver kitchen knife had appeared out of nowhere on the ground. At this time, the blade of the kitchen knife was stuck in the sole of his shoe. Brother, I'm an emotionless kitchen knife. With me, you can become stronger. One cut for 999 to understand. Mr. Lisa didn't care. He directly pulled out the kitchen knife from the bottom of his shoe and threw it out of the corridor window. Throw! Mr. Lisa didn't stop. He quickly ran in the direction of the scream. Outside the window, the kitchen knife was spinning in the air. After spinning for a while, it pierced into the soil fiercely. It was like a sealed divine weapon. It was stuck in the soil and was waiting for a brave warrior to appear and pull it out. It was indeed the sealing posture of the holy sword in the traditional story of the Way of the King. But here came the problem. The kitchen knife found that the surrounding weeds seemed to have grown taller and completely covered its existence. It had to think about the next life of the knife. Help! Help! It continued to think about its next knife life. In the process of thinking, it suddenly remembered something. What was the structure of that guy's soul? With its sharpness, it had obviously cut through the sole of Mr. Lisa's shoe, but it still couldn't cut through the skin of the sole of Mr. Lisa's foot. In short, help! Chessboard world, Elnis Kingdom, King's City Palace, the huge black dragon body and the equally huge golden general seemed to be trapped in a narrow room. Their heads almost reached the ceiling of the narrow room. They fought and killed each other in this way. This was no longer a battle that the sanctuary professionals in the world could interfere in. The Yamos king was currently standing in the center of the summoning ritual. His body was still as thin as ever, as if he was a completely rotten wooden sculpture. But with the glory of the king in his hand, he was constantly emitting a majestic aura that couldn't be looked at directly. In the sky and on the ground, it was as if he was the only recognized king in this world. The king of all humans. He was so weak that it seemed like he would fall down at any time. Peace between man and nature looked at this king. His eyes were sometimes nervous and sometimes serious. Looking at the current king of Yamos, do you still want to draw your sword against him? Sword Saint's voice sounded behind peace between man and nature. He turned around and saw not only his teacher Rivero, but also the Iron Mask Marshal Jack, and a group of black-armored warriors brought by Marshal Jack. There was also a young man who was about the same age as him. Peace between man and nature was silent. In the silence, he locked his eyes on Marshal Jack, who had taken off his black iron mask. He opened his mouth with difficulty and asked carefully, I need an explanation, if you are willing to give it to me. Sword Saintly Yullo remained silent. Grand Marshal Jack remained silent as well. The young man behind Marshal Jack, Heavenly Yunshin, suddenly said, Peace between man and nature. You should have heard what King Amos said just now. The kingdom's general standing in front of you is the former king of Cadiez, King Zayart. He is dead. Peace between man and nature's expression was calm. In the war that destroyed the kingdom 20 years ago, the king of Cadiez was killed by the kingdom's sword saint, who is also the teacher who took me in, right in front of me. Even if you saw it with your own eyes, it could be fake, Heavenly Yunshin said calmly. Besides, you were only 4 or 5 years old at that time. Mu Tianren looked directly at Marshal Jack. My father, when he was about to die, he announced his surrender, using me as a condition. He gave up his dignity as a Highlander and surrendered to the enemy who destroyed the kingdom. He knelt down and asked him to take me in and teach me. Now it seems that your teacher has taught you well, Marshal Jack said calmly. Among the young generation, there are few who are better than you. Should I be excited? Peace between man and nature chuckled. Or should I be angry? You don't need to do anything, Marshal Jack said calmly. Marshal Jack said calmly, you only need to wait. Wait for your time to come. Wait for the stage that truly belongs to you. Who gave me the stage? Peace between man and nature suddenly said in a deep voice. Me, Marshal Jack said softly. Me. One of the black-armored warriors behind Marshal Jack stepped forward and spoke in an extremely dignified voice. "And me?" The second black-armored warrior stood out. His voice was also full of a dignified feeling that could make people submit. "Of course, I won't be left out." The third black-armored warrior said, "Me." Another one, seeing the black-armored warriors behind Jack stand out one after another, peace between man and nature, instinctively felt his scalp tingle. He was in awe of something. "I am the king of Hakayati. I am the king of the eternal night. I am the king of the barbarians. I am—" They took off the masks on their faces. Like Marshal Jack, their faces were completely destroyed. Their voices were like a sharp sword, stabbing into peace between man and nature's heart. This group of black-armored warriors under Iron Face Marshal, their identities were the kings of the kingdoms that had been destroyed by illness. King Yamos. They were the kings of the kingdoms that had been destroyed by King Yamos. Your stage will be given to you by us. Not only you. It's a new generation. They will create a new world in an unrestrained era. A world that will not be enslaved by anyone. A world that truly belongs to us humans. It was like the roar of the whole world. The angry roar that belonged to the era of these kings was like a giant bell that shook the sky, exploding in peace between man and nature's brain. Peace between man and nature's face instantly turned pale. In Sword Saint, Yullo said that he was born to be the king of swords, and no one could bend his spirit. Peace between man and nature felt that this was just a bluff. At this moment, facing the gazes of these kings from the previous era, his mind was blank and all the strength in his body seemed to have been sucked out. "Zayart, we'll go first." "Ha! This king has waited for 20 years. 20 years dash." The black-armored warriors roared one after another as they charged resolutely towards the golden-armored general's figure. Their bodies were burning, but their wills seemed even more resplendent. They turned into light and finally merged into the golden-armored warrior's shadow. They made the golden-armored warrior's light shine even brighter. Finally, when the last black-armored warrior had turned into light and merged with the golden-armored general, Marshal Jack took a deep breath. He stared at peace between man and nature and suddenly smiled. "I've always been watching you. Everything about you, everything you've done. Your favorite bun shop outside the guards division, I've also eaten there. You like to patrol the capital at night. So I've walked the same path you've walked." Wait! Jack's primordial spirit turned into a ball of light and soared into the sky. It instantly entered the golden-armored warrior's shadow. Wait! Peace between man and nature's words were finally finished. He looked at his hand that he had unknowingly stretched out, as if he wanted to hold something back. He stood there stupidly motionless. After a while, he looked back at Sword Saint Yullo with tears in his eyes. "Teacher, my heart hurts. Can I cry?" "Yes, you can." Sword Saint nodded. "That's good." At this time, Messin Tianyin quietly walked up to peace between man and nature and took out a long box from his pocket and handed it to him. "This was left behind by the general. It belongs to you." "What is this?" Peace between man and nature took it and opened it, revealing a crude dagger inside. Messin Tianyin said slowly, "This is the first weapon that the Highlanders truly own. From now on, you are the leader of the Highlanders." "I, Messin Tianyin, greet the leader." "What did you say you were called?" "Messin Tianyin." Messin Tianyin looked up at him and said solemnly, "My true identity is a Highlander, an orphan in the war. At the same time, I am also the general's adopted son. From now on, I will be your assistant." Peace between man and nature shook his head silently. Up to this point, things had completely shattered his understanding. He needed time to accept this. But before that, there was something more important, the final battle between Queen Hilda and the golden-armored general. Can we do anything?" Peace between man and nature asked in a low voice, "Teacher, is there really nothing we can do?" Live. I didn't expect that the former kings of the various kingdoms are still alive. They have even been hiding by Jack's side, waiting for so many years. Gong's son Ernyang, who was watching from afar, sighed slowly with a complicated expression. I didn't realize it. Maybe it's because I underestimated the people of this world. King Yamos, how did you make these proud and arrogant fellows willingly give up all their wealth and status and silently lay dormant for so many years? I admit that you are a true king. It's a pity. Gong's son Ernyang let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Humans can't always win against the heavens, let alone the fabricated heavens." Suddenly, Gong's son Ernyang waved her hand, and a huge force slowly surged in her body. "I'm sorry, King Amos. I still want to stay here. Since this body is relying on this fake heavens to stay in this world, I won't let you kill this heavens." Gong's son Ernyang's palm burst out a sword light that was dozens of meters long and directly shot into the sky like a cold arrow towards the back of the golden-armored general. She succeeded. In this deserted corner, this sudden burst of cold sword light fiercely stabbed into the back of the golden-armored general's shadow. At the same time, King Amos' figure staggered and almost fell to the ground. A painful cry sounded from all directions at the same time. It was the sound of the golden-armored general. At this moment, Queen Hilda, who had transformed into a huge black dragon, directly rushed out and threw the golden-armored general to the ground. Shock! Shock! A shock comparable to the epicenter of an earthquake was born from this. In the shock, King Amos finally couldn't resist the weakness of his body and fell to the ground unknowingly. But the radiance of the king was still tightly held in his hand. "Give me some more time. Please give me some more time. Just a little more. Just a little more." Footsteps. At this moment, King Amos heard the approaching footsteps. He raised his head, subconsciously, and saw a figure slowly walking towards him. It was a young man holding a sword. King Amos had never seen this young man before, but he had a feeling intuition that this young man wasn't from his world. He was the same as those extraterrestrial visitors that King Amos had met. He was an invader called a follower. In the end, I still can't defeat him. A trace of pain began to appear on this supreme king's face. King Amos seemed to have a final burst of strength, and with the support of the radiance of the king, he slowly got up. Someone like you can't exert the real power of the yellow, turbaned strongman. But to King Amos' surprise, the young man in front of him said something he didn't expect. He looked at the young man in surprise, but he saw the young man frowning at this moment, as if he was thinking about something, but soon he shook his head. "In fact, I don't know what those words meant. They just popped up in my mind." King Amos couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So, you don't even know why you are here? Foreign invaders, perhaps in your eyes, all of our efforts appear so insignificant and laughable." "No, don't misunderstand." The young man still shook his head. "Something happened to me before, something I don't know, and it made me have some strange changes. For example, coming here is obviously not my own wish, but I still came here." King Amos frowned. The young man looked like he couldn't explain it clearly, so he said directly, "Come, I'll teach you how to exert the real power of the yellow turbaned strongman." "Yellow turbaned strongman." The young man pointed at the golden general who was pressed down on the ground by the huge black dragon, nodded and said, "Yes, this is the yellow turbaned strongman." As he said, the young man looked at the summoning circle below. King Amos frowned and suddenly squatted down, pressing his hands on the circle. The lines on the activated summoning circle began to move little by little. They left their original track and began to reassemble in the air. "You are." King Amos looked at all this in disbelief and couldn't help but show a look of horror. "Call me Old Chin," the young man said indifferently. "Old? Chin?" The young man, Old Chin, ignored King Amos's doubts, and he began to murmur, At the beginning of the primordial chaos, Tao was the supreme, and the universe was divided into clear and turbid. Tai Chi and Yin Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions, and it still exists in the palm of my hand. Following old Qin's chanting, the reassembled runes quickly returned to the summoning rituals array. At this moment, the entire summoning circle once again erupted with a huge radiance. The Yamos king, who was at the center of the circle, was lifted up by this radiance. Carrying him, the summoning circle once again erupted with radiance and directly shot towards the figure of the golden-armored warrior who had fallen to the ground. This is all I can do for you, although I don't know why I should help you. At this time, old Qin silently looked at all of this and muttered to himself, "What the hell is that thing I just read? Why did it appear in my head?" He looked at his hands in bewilderment. Suddenly, old Qin looked up directly, and his eyes became extremely sharp, even flashing with a strange light. At the same time, his left hand directly rose up uncontrollably. Old Qin subconsciously grabbed his left hand with his right hand, but he couldn't stop the sudden change of his left hand. His left hand carried his body and soared into the sky. Gong Sun Ernyang, who had just finished a backstab, quietly landed on the ground, slowly exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Even for her, to condense this level of attack consumed a lot of energy. However, seeing that the golden-armored general was pressed to the ground, Gong Sun Ernyang's eyes flashed with a touch of satisfaction. "If you want to blame someone, blame this old woman." She sighed slowly, but at this time a figure rushed towards her. Gong Sun Ernyang frowned, because the person rushing towards her was a strange young man she had never seen before. Gong Sun Ernyang frowned, clenched her fingers, and a 3-foot-long sword light formed at her fingertips and slashed towards the strange young man. But the young man's left hand was not afraid at all, and actually chopped at the sword light at Gong Sun Ernyang's fingertips with his left hand. Even the sword light at Gong Sun Ernyang's fingertips was shattered by the left hand. Gong Sun Ernyang was instantly shocked. After the left hand shattered the sword light, it went one step further, directly rushing to Gong Sun Ernyang's chest and viciously grabbing down. Old Qin widened his eyes. So did Gong Sun Ernyang. His left hand suddenly tore apart the clothes in front of Gong Sun Ernyang's chest and directly slapped her back. His left hand finally stopped. Old Qin also stopped at this time, but his scalp was numb when he saw that his left hand had grabbed a piece of cloth at this time. Amazing. No, it's this left hand. Not far away, Gong Sun Ernyang, who was pushed back, felt a chill in front of her chest, and unexpectedly, she couldn't help but be so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Thief! I'll fight you to the death!" "Not me. It's this hand." Old Qin felt like crying at this time, but at this time a wave of air appeared on his left hand and directly tore the cloth that was grabbed and then seemed to leave something behind. He looked down and found that there was a strange stone fragment in the palm of his left hand. Before old Qin had time to think about it, this fragment directly merged into his left palm. After that, his left hand moved forward again, pulling old Qin's body and rushing to the furious Gong Sun Ernyang again. Why is it still a chest? Old Qin was also furious. Locke's weapon shop. The door of the weapon shop was now tilted to one side, and even the signboard was halfway down, not to mention its wall. The weapon shop had been damaged in this chaos. Nan Xiaonan fanned her hand in front of her nose, and then pushed open the door of the weapon shop. At this time, the weapon shop was empty as if it had been looted. They walked out of the palace. Them, her, and Mr. Luo. How did they walk out? Of course, they directly walked out. Was it made by King Amos at an immeasurable cost to create this isolated space in the palace? There was no such thing. That thing was like a piece of paper. He's here? Nan Xiaonan swallowed her saliva subconsciously. When did he come back? He didn't come back by himself. Someone sent him back. Boss Luo smiled, like a kind of protection. Nan Xiaonan couldn't tell where the person she chose on the screen was. What she saw was just a window-like scene. Ji Lian. That was the clerk of the weapon shop that boss Luo first met in the King City. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1887. They didn't stop at the lobby of Locke's weapon shop, but went straight to the backyard of the shop. There was a small workshop that her father, Max, used to make weapons and armor. Obviously, Boss Luo's ultimate goal was to come to this small workshop. Nan Xiaonan had never entered such a small workshop. She only knew that Mr. Luo once stayed in this small workshop for a night. After entering the small workshop, Mr. Luo went directly to the corner and moved the mechanism. The wall instantly moved away and finally revealed a dark passage that should lead directly to the underground. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be curious. Why is it here? There seemed to be many places like this in the King City. Boss Luo said casually, "It seems to be a special feature. People here all want to dig underground." Ji Lian is down there? Nan Xiaonan didn't care about digging the tunnel. You said someone sent him here. Who is it? Mr. Swordmaster. Boss Luo said casually and then walked directly into the passage. Nan Xiaonan had a lot of questions at this time, but she could only hurry up. Ji Lian was the last one she chose, so she had to bet on him even if she had to kneel down. She just didn't know what Mr. Luo would do to the person she bet on. Or it would be better to choose Mo's. No matter how she looked at it, Mo's background seemed to be more suitable to be the chosen one. He was a descendant of the Golden Age, had Gong Sun Eunyoung as a cheat mother, and was trained by the general. He was more like the model of the protagonist. What's the matter? Nan Xiaonan had to pluck up her courage and said, "Mr. Luo, don't you want to ask me why I chose Ji Lian?" Luocha smiled and said, "Didn't Nan Xiaonan already say that you guessed that I liked him, so you chose him?" Nan Xiaonan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Apart from that, I certainly have some other considerations. You don't want to listen to me and consider my thoughts in detail, right? Right or wrong, we've already made our choice." Boss Luo said calmly, "Since we've made our choice, we'll just have to wait for the results." Nan Xiaonan hesitated again and asked tentatively, "I haven't bought it yet. Can I still change it?" Boss Luo stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Nan Xiaonan. "That's right. There are 3 to 5 chances to unlock the password. Lady Nan, I can allow you to change it once. So, who do you intend to change it to?" "You." Nan Xiaonan's mouth almost formed an O shape at this time. She said in disbelief, "Are you serious?" Boss Luo looked at her expressionlessly. He was serious. He was really serious. Nan Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat at this time. She was instantly covered in cold sweat. She didn't even know if her next words would directly anger this indescribable existence. But intervening in the upheaval of a subworld was such a child's play. She could change it just like that. Were all indescribable existences so capricious? This was a complete subworld, not a corner of neon lights. 300 yuan was enough to eat. 800 yuan was enough to spend the night. She was the one who made the choice. If anything happened in the future, she would be the one to take the blame. And she didn't even pay. "Mr. Luo, what do you think if it's Mo's?" Nan Xiaonan had to struggle desperately. "Look at this child, no matter how you look at it. He has the face of a destined person. Mysterious origin, strong potential, and the opportunity to pick up a girl. Mo's it is then." Boss Luo nodded with a smile. Wait. Nan Xiaonan quickly waved her hand. Wait a minute. I'm just saying if, hypothetically, let's have a good discussion." Boss Luo said indifferently, "Maybe we can discuss until tomorrow, but by tomorrow, the result might have been decided." Nan Xiaonan had to use the ultimate feminine move, crying and saying, "Am I a woman? A troublesome woman. Please look at me. Women are like that. I. I decided not to come. I choose difficult. Shameless. Mose it is then, Boss Luo said with a smile. Nan Xiaonan couldn't cry even if she wanted to. She was unlucky to encounter this indescribable existence, so she could only lower her head and wave her hand weakly. Forget it, we're already here. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't go back to the old pasture, let alone a super good horse like me. Let's go down. Asterisk, thump, 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 asterisk, Nan Xiaonan ran down at lightning speed. She was indeed like a fast horse with a raised butt. Mose is actually not bad, Boss Luo said softly. It's not a problem to change it. But Nan Xiaonan couldn't hear it. This was her choice. Suddenly, the stairs leading to the underground passage shook slightly. Nan Xiaonan, who was rushing down, stopped and looked back. Mr. Luo, what's this vibration? We're standing here, Boss Luo said indifferently. It doesn't mean that the world will stop working. No matter what we do, someone will be doing the same thing at the same time. Nan Xiaonan was startled and said subconsciously, I heard that the real gods are omniscient and omnipotent. Maybe to them, omniscience is quite boring. Boss Luo said, You're not them. How do you know they're bored? Nan Xiaonan shrugged her shoulders and said, Isn't this obvious? When everything is no longer a secret in front of you, what else do you have to look forward to? Furthermore, if you can even see into the future, why would you say that the future is promising? Then don't. Boss Luo said softly, Look at the future. Nan Xiaonan blinked. She felt that she was actually chatting with Mr. Luo across servers. I just want to know what's going on with this sudden vibration. Them. Those who didn't have time to leave the king's city, or didn't receive help from the guards division, or only wanted to hide in their homes when the disaster came. The people who were safe at home. They looked at the two monstrous figures through the cracks of the doors and windows in horror. The general in golden armor and the huge black dragon that covered the sky. It was like the battles in the myths that spread around the world. This kind of battle that only appeared in myths was happening in front of their eyes. Who will save us? Who will save us? They couldn't wait for any response, other than the mythical battle in front of them. There was the destroyed king's city, the city where they once lived happily. They felt that the general in golden armor was righteous and the black dragon was evil. But the general in golden armor had been knocked down to the ground, pressed down by the evil black dragon. Its sharp teeth and claws were biting and tearing the general's body crazily. As if their hope was shattered, the darkness in front of them made the remaining people fall into a desperate predicament. They were so scared that they curled up in the corner, clenching their fists and teeth, trying not to blink and praying in their hearts. Come on! Defeat this evil black dragon! Warrior in golden armor! Warrior in golden armor! Faint shouts sounded in the corner of the ruins of the king's city. The stooped old man held the hand of a child, and the weak woman leaned on the broken wall. He was about to die, but he didn't want to take his last breath. Many, many weak, but they were converging into a strong torrent. In the darkness, the Yamos king saw this flood, a colorful flood. It was flowing towards him, shuttling through his body. He opened his eyes. What King Amos saw was the incarnation of Queen Hilda, the original body that was controlled by the will of the mastermind. The scarlet dragon's eyes were hanging in front of King Amos, so clear and so close. King Amos instinctively reached out to push the scarlet dragon's eyes away and saw a huge golden palm suddenly stretching out. It was his palm, and also the palm of the general in golden armor. At this very moment, the Yamos king felt as if he was connected to the golden armored general by blood and instinctively sensed that something had happened. He had become one with the general in golden armor. Without relying on the magic circle of the summoning ritual, he could freely control the general's body of light. At this moment, the general in golden armor was him, and he was the general in golden armor. He could feel the huge potential hidden in the general's body that hadn't been fully unleashed. A roar. King Amos struggled to withdraw his hands, but the general in golden armor's hands actually pushed the huge body of the black dragon away. Ah! He turned his body over, hugged the black dragon's body tightly, and pressed on top of it. King Amos sat on top of it, waving the fist of the general in golden armor that had become his fist, and fiercely punched the black dragon's head. The disadvantage was reversed in an instant. At this moment, the black dragon continuously let out sorrowful cries. The originally dull eyes of the golden armored general gradually became filled with murderous intent. Hilda, you think you gave up your body, gave up yourself. Can becoming a puppet erase the sins you have committed? I won't allow it. Hilda, look at me. Look at me carefully. Look at me just like you did on the top of the Dragon Clan's holy mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The fists were like meteorites, densely hitting the black dragon's body. The booming sound was no less than the sound of angry thunder. The airwaves even set off a wild wind, wantonly stirring up everything on the ground. Amidst this violent wind, an insignificant tearing sound quietly rang out. Old Sheen had the impulse to chop off this left hand. Of course, it was just a thought. He was reluctant to do that, and would rather bear the crime of bullying the old lady. Old Sheen felt that he might never be able to get over this in his life. Looking at the wound on the chest of Gongsun Ernyang, he only felt grief and indignation. But Gongsun Ernyang was even more aggrieved and indignant when had she ever been humiliated like this. Bastard! If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Gongsun Ernyang covered her chest with one hand and condensed sword light with the other hand. The sword light was trembling, but it still locked onto Old Sheen, and she swore with a sorrowful figure. But Old Sheen didn't have time to care about that at this moment. The first time his left hand caught a fragment, and then sucked it into his palm. The second time he also caught a fragment and sucked it into his palm quickly. He knew the purpose of this left hand was the fragments on Gongsun Ernyang's body. Old Sheen now thought, there should be no more fragments on Gongsun Ernyang's body, right? Looking at the left hand, it seemed to have calmed down. Unexpectedly, the moment this idea popped up, the left hand that had calmed down suddenly rose up again. Old Sheen's face suddenly changed at this moment, because from his angle, the left hand's target this time was clearly to attack Gongsun Ernyang's abdomen, probably her pocket? Old Sheen couldn't help but gasp. What if this place is also broken? Before he could resist, the left hand had already reached Gongsun Ernyang's face. Bastard! Bastard! How dare you! How dare you! Second Madame Gongsun was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But seeing this dog's actions, Second Madame Gongsun gritted her teeth and shouted like a mad woman, "I'll kill you!" She had never been bullied like this, so humiliated like this. Wait, I only want the thing in your pocket. Old Sheen was quick-witted and quickly shouted, "This left hand is out of control. It wants the thing in your pocket. I'll kill you." How could Gongsun Ernyang not know that the two fragments she had obtained from young Wally had been absorbed by this strange left hand at this time? But she was really angry. She just couldn't control her hot temper. Xian Yuan's sword skill. Aurora. Gongsun Ernyang was so angry that she broke the rule and used the trick that she shouldn't use. She was expelled from Xian Yuan Palace. So theoretically, she was not allowed to use any tricks that belonged to Xian Yuan Palace. She had been abiding by this rule for so many years. However, Old Sheen's left palm did not dodge this move that she was so proud of. Instead, it forcefully swung out from the whirlpool-like, dense sword light and directly grabbed her abdomen. Bang! Numerous sword lights were broken in the air, and Gongsun Ernyang's body flew out. Old Sheen finally stopped. To be exact, his left hand finally stopped. His left hand was holding a red rope, and on it there was a string of stone fragments. Old Sheen felt that this time the uncontrollable left hand seemed to have stopped. It was absorbing the stone fragments on the rope one by one. Good for you. Old Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly at this time. He looked up at the place where Gong's son Ernyang fell. But I'm afraid I'm going to have a reputation of bullying old ladies for the rest of my life. I hope chessboard doesn't give me a notification. At this moment, a roar sounded. Mother! Mother! The roar was so loud that it sounded like thunder. Old Qin realized that he and Gong's son Ernyang had fought to the square outside Princess Caro's palace. A strong young man was carrying a black stick on his back, crouching on the ground and doing crouching and straightening. Mother! Mose yelled in shock and anger. He was still crouching and straightening. Mother! Mother! Are you okay? Mother! He was still crouching and straightening. Mother! Wait for me. I'll be done soon. I'll help you right away. Mother! Wait for me. Mother! I'm almost done. 800, 900? He was still crouching and straightening. Mother! I don't remember how many times I've done it. Mother, are you okay? Crouching and straightening. In the ruins, Gong's son Ernyang pushed away a piece of stone. She covered her chest with one hand and her abdomen with the other, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Half of it came out because of the humiliation, and the other half was probably caused by Mose. You damn son of a bitch! Gong's son Ernyang spat out blood and said angrily, Your mother has been bullied to this extent, and you still don't get up and beat that bastard. You want to anger me to death. Didn't you tell me not to get up until I'm done? Mose yelled in grievance and anger. I'm also very angry. I also want to beat that bastard to death. But I'm not done yet. How? How did I raise such a stupid thing? Gong's son Ernyang spat out blood again and screamed in despair. Mose beat him. Use the iron stick on your body. You don't have to do it anymore. It's almost done. Okay. Mose instantly got up and held the black iron stick with both hands. The muscles on his arms suddenly swelled. Blood vessels appeared, and his chest muscles jumped. He bared his teeth and roared again and again. Looking at the big guy holding the stick, old Mr. Qin was startled and then frowned. But Mose didn't stop. His body started to flicker with lightning, and strange lightning tattoos started to appear on his skin. What's going on? I feel like I have endless strength. Mose shouted at this moment, Mother! After this training, I feel like I can do 10 women in one night. So powerful. Gong's son Ernyang. Ernyang spat out blood and almost rolled her eyes. But Mose had already made his move. The black iron stick in his hand was swung directly at Old Qin's head. The stick was actually surrounded by lightning, and the splashing lightning hit the ground and shattered it. Old Qin was shocked and hurriedly blocked with his weapon. His powerful left hand seemed to be playing dead. After swallowing the fragment, it didn't move at all. Faced with Mose's big stick, Old Qin, who was in a hurry to fight, was stunned and his weapon was knocked away by Mose's stick. Then he was hit by Mose's uppercut, and his whole body almost spiraled into the sky. Old Qin only felt that he was seeing stars, but the chessboard injury notification kept flashing in his mind. This blockhead with a stick can actually cause continuous damage with his lightning? Old Qin, Tang Tianlin, fell to the ground and spat out blood. He once confronted Hilda, the queen of the dragon clan, but his strength was no match for Hilda, who was seriously injured. Just as Queen Hilda said, he had great strength, but he lacked the knowledge to control this strength. There were too many skills. Every one of them seemed to be very powerful, but which one should he use? I'll kill you, you bastard. You bullied my mother. Let's talk nicely. This is just a misunderstanding. I'll kill you, you bastard. Bastard, give me your life. If you have something to say, forget it. Tang Tianlin shook his head. At this time, he had already given up thinking about what skills to use. Instead, he madly recognized the skills that could be used without thinking about anything else. He directly used the skills that could be used, and did not care whether they would cancel each other out or if they overlapped with each other and had the opposite effect. In short, he just mindlessly attacked. Oh my God! Mother, where did this guy come from? It hurts when he hits me. It hurts so much. Gongsun Ernyang. Gongsun Ernyang did not want to talk anymore. She silently wrapped her clothes around herself, and her body trembled. She looked up and saw the golden-armored general, who was crazily beating the black dragon on the ground. Her eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. But at this time, Tang Tianlin suddenly waved his left hand and directly slapped Mo's away. Again. The left hand that had been motionless for a long time finally moved. Before Tang Tianlin had time to be surprised, the left hand directly pulled his body up and rushed into the sky. Then, as if it was going to crash out of the palace, it directly shot out of the palace. Bastard! Where do you think you are going? Mose, who was beaten back, was now even more courageous. He lifted the iron rod and jumped into the sky without saying anything, but he could not fly. He could only continue to jump. He could not fly. He continued to jump. Gongsun Ernyang opened her mouth. She felt that even if she shouted until her throat was hoarse, Mose would not be able to hear her. So, she simply sighed to warm her stomach. Who is this? How can he absorb the core of the array spirit? Gongsun Ernyang frowned. The palm that broke my sword move seemed ordinary, but now that I think about it, it contains infinite changes. It does not seem to be a martial art of the mortal world. So, when King Amos attacked the countries, he secretly arranged for the monarchs and leaders of the major forces to fake their deaths? The Minister of Peace between man and nature was silently listening to Tian Yangtsin's narration. This seemed to be the only thing he could do now. The golden-armored warrior in front of him had found an opportunity to counterattack, and now had the upper hand. Sword St. Liulo's gaze seemed to relax a little. Otherwise, Yamos would not have been able to trample all the countries in the world in just 20 years. Sword St. Liulo let out a long sigh. They reached a consensus only because they wanted to free themselves from the enslavement of the dragons on the continent. The Minister of Peace between man and nature, however, shook his head. People have obsessions, and it is even more so for these former kings. As long as one of them has a disloyal heart, the so-called glory of the king cannot be created. On the other hand, to be able to make these former kings endure the humiliation until now, is it because the dragons on the continent are too ruthless in their enslavement of the humans? Or is it because of King Amos's ability? Or should I say, as the only husband of the Dragon Queen, King Amos, who also has a descendant, how can he make the kings of the other countries believe that he has the determination to deal with the dragons? Sword St. Liulo was silent. He looked at the golden-armored warrior who was violently beating up the black dragon and suddenly said, "Once upon a time, Hilda's absolute oppression forced King Amos to watch as the woman he loved most fell into the abyss of despair." The Minister of Peace between man and nature frowned. The woman he loved most. But the king has always been ruthless. This bargaining chip doesn't seem to be enough. What if the woman he loved most already has a descendant of his? Sword St. Liulo looked at the Minister of Peace between man and nature and said slowly, watching the woman he loved most, a woman who was pregnant with his unborn child, being pushed into the abyss in front of him and having to marry his enemy, even giving birth to a monstrous descendant, his only descendant. If it were you, would you hate? The Minister of Peace between man and nature couldn't help but be moved, but he remained silent. The Sword Saint sighed and said, "Queen Hilda's desire for control is incomparably strong. She didn't allow Yamos to find another woman, and even more so, she didn't allow him to leave behind his own descendant. This is an extremely cruel thing for Yamos." The Minister of Peace between man and nature still shook his head. The king has always been ruthless. Those kings who are willing to sacrifice their lives for this are worthy of my respect. But I've made myself feel that they, including you, have too much faith in King Amos. You think that in order to help Yamo's revenge, we have to sacrifice everything of the Highlanders. The sword Saint Leolo stared at the minister of peace between man and nature and said in a low voice, "Even to give up your happiness and let you live in hatred, such a King Zayart is too stupid, right? You think that even if it's to fight against the dragons, there should be other ways, right? I don't deny these." The minister of peace between man and nature said indifferently, "I also have the right to think so." You do have the right. You do have the right. The sword Saint Leolo took a deep breath and said, "But we have a reason to do so. Whether it's Zayart or me, we have a reason to not give up until we kill all the dragons on the continent." Teacher, you? The minister of peace between man and nature couldn't help but look at the sword saint in surprise. He had never seen such a gaze from his teacher, who had been indifferent all his life, with deep hatred in his eyes. "Perhaps, in your opinion, Mr. Leolo only led the army to destroy the kingdom of Cadiz and invade the territory of the Highlanders in order to cooperate with King Amos," Tianqin said. "But what you don't know is that your teacher's true identity is the general's younger brother. In other words, he's your uncle. You, the minister of peace between man and nature, couldn't help but be shocked." The sword Saint Leolo slowly pulled up his sleeve, and a blood-red mark slowly floated on his arm. Seeing this, the minister of peace between man and nature also pulled up his sleeve, subconsciously. When the Highlanders were emotional, they would reveal this mark that originated from the depths of their blood. You are really my uncle. I've never liked the affairs of the palace since I was young, so I've always been a swordsman. The sword Saint Leolo sighed and said, "When I was successful in my studies, I left the palace of the Highlanders and traveled all over the continent to polish my swordsmanship. Of course, for some reason, the royal family hid my existence, but that's not important. What you need to know is that the revenge against the dragons on the continent isn't just about Yamos alone. It's also about the Highlanders' royal family." "What is this?" The minister of peace between man and nature's lips moved, and the hatred on his face didn't fade. Instead, it intensified. "It's because of Princess Esmira," Tianqin said faintly. "Princess Esmira, the saintess of the Highlanders, our most beloved princess, the beloved sister of Mr. Leolo and King Zayart. She is also King Amos' beloved woman. I still have an aunt. The minister of peace between man and nature couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, sacred swordsman Rivero suddenly pointed at Mu Tenrin's forehead. "Esmira's existence has always been forbidden by Hilda. Hilda hates Esmira. She hates Esmira, the purest girl in the world who is more beautiful than her, who is loved by more people than her. I'm sorry, I've always sealed your aunt's memory. And my aunt." The minister of peace between man and nature suddenly burst into tears. "I remember, my aunt's smile is so beautiful." "Yes." The sword saint nodded lightly and said, "That's the most precious smile I've ever seen in the world. It's so beautiful, so beautiful." Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but exclaim. As a woman, she was knocked down by the beauty in front of her eyes. She couldn't help but marvel at the beauty in front of her after wandering in the void dimension for such a long time. The woman was lying quietly in the middle of a crystal in the underground chamber of Locke's weapon shop. Nan Xiaonan was captivated by the smile of the beautiful woman in the crystal for a few minutes before she regained her senses. Then she muttered to herself, "If I were a man, I would definitely use all means possible to snatch her to my side. Do you want to become a man?" Boss Luo's voice suddenly sounded behind Nan Xiaonan. "I might be able to fulfill your wish." Nan Xiaonan completely woke up from her daze and jumped away as if she was avoiding a mouse. "I don't want to be a stinky man." Boss Luo smiled faintly. From the beginning to the end, He only glanced at the woman in the crystal, who seemed to be in a deep sleep. Nan Xiaonan rubbed between her eyebrows. I didn't expect that such a peerless beauty would be hidden under this shabby weapon shop. Was she hidden by the dead boss of the weapon shop? His name was Max, right? Why did he hide such a woman here? Boss Luo said indifferently, "Do you remember why Mr. Max was chased by the Dragon Clan?" Nan Xiaonan said subconsciously, according to the collected information, Max killed many dragons in the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan on the continent. Not only did he kill many dragons, but he also stole a treasure of the Dragon Clan. After that, he was chased all over the world for so many years. Wait, the treasure Max stole, is it the woman in the crystal? Her name is Esmira, Boss Luo suddenly said. Esmira. Esmira? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask curiously, "How do you know?" Boss Luo pointed at the bottom of the crystal pillar and said indifferently, "Isn't this woman's name engraved on it?" Nan Xiaonan was speechless. Who could understand it? The words engraved on it were the words of this world. Shaking her head, Nan Xiaonan was too lazy to argue with this future boss. She calmed herself down and began to look around the secret chamber. She saw Ji Lian here. Ji Lian was lying on the ground beside the crystal pillar. Nan Xiaonan already knew that Ji Lian was here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here from the palace. But something unexpected still happened. Nan Xiaonan also saw a very unexpected guy leaning against the shadow of the wall in the corner. But because of his huge body, it was hard to ignore him. Fat Pig Carol. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but widen her eyes and stick out her tongue. Why is this princess here? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but frown when she heard the scream. Maybe because the decibel was too high, Ji Lian, who was lying quietly beside the crystal pillar, slowly woke up at this time. He yawned with tears in the corner of his eyes. After waking up, he subconsciously looked around and said in surprise, Why am I here? Ah, Mr. Luo. Long time no see. Long time no see. Boss Luo looked at him and smiled slightly. Did you have a good dream, Mr. Ji Lian? Ji Lian couldn't help but be startled and subconsciously said, I think so, but I don't remember it very clearly. I seemed to see a woman in my dream. She wanted to say something to me, but I couldn't hear it clearly. What exactly did she want to say to me? She looked very sad. She looked just like. Ji Lian's gaze, subconsciously, looked at the crystal pillar beside him. Looking at the smiling woman in the crystal pillar, he muttered to himself, just like her. Why am I crying? He subconsciously touched his cheek. His throat was surging and squeezing as if there was a lump in his throat. Hashtag PS1, 1/1 PS2 Happy Mother's Day. Chapter 1888. The fist, which was as huge as a palace, heavily hit the black dragon's head. The storm-like, intensive punches had been going on for a long time, and the golden-armored general finally stopped. At this time, the black dragon was completely paralyzed on the ground, vomiting blood nonstop. Moreover, its eyes were no longer fierce, as if it was on the verge of death. However, the golden-armored general did not stop. He took the golden sword, raised it, and without any hesitation, directly stabbed the golden sword into the black dragon's body. The originally dying black dragon instantly let out a mournful cry. The blood that spurted out from its wound was actually like a waterspout that shot straight up and then down. The palace that had turned into ruins was now raining blood. The rain fell on the broken floor, and wisps of green smoke rose. The entire surface was eroded into countless spots in a moment. After a crazy struggle, the black dragon finally dropped its limbs, completely motionless. Its eyes kept enlarging, and finally, bloody tears flowed out. The golden-armored general was still holding the golden sword that stabbed the black dragon. At this moment, it was as if they had turned into two gigantic statues. Time also seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the surroundings were dead silent. The man of peace between man and nature seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. The bloody rain fell, but it was naturally driven away by his power. Humans defeated the dragon race, finally. He murmured, "Victory!" "No, not yet," Sword Saint Liuluo suddenly shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, the pitch-black night sky of the royal capital suddenly turned a dark red color. Terrifying blood-colored demonic clouds stretched out endlessly, and a gigantic whirlpool appeared in the blood-colored sky that resembled a churning sea of blood. In the depths of the whirlpool, a pair of terrifying eyes was slowly opening. At the same time, the forehead of the black dragon that had fallen suddenly split open, and a black light flew out from the black dragon's forehead, and then directly rushed into the eyes in the depths of the bloody whirlpool. The palace's barrier was unable to stop this black light, or it could be said that the palace's barrier had silently disappeared the moment this pair of terrifying eyes appeared. "What is this?" The director of peace between man and nature was shocked. At this moment, Sword Saint Liuluo frowned deeply, and a trace of panic and fear flashed through his eyes. He muttered to himself, "I don't know, I don't understand, but perhaps this is what we are truly fighting against. The Empress of the Dragon Clan is probably nothing more than its puppet. Teacher!" But at this moment the golden-armored general stood up. It pulled out the golden greatsword from the black dragon's body, raised its head, pointed the sword at the sky, and roared. The eyes in the blood-red vortex suddenly condensed. In an instant, many huge rocks floated in the sky above the capital. The buildings on the streets of the capital, the huge rocks buried underground, everything that could be seen on the surface. At this moment, under the urging of some kind of mighty force, they were floating in the air. At the same time, they all rushed in the same direction, and their target was the golden-armored general, who was pointing his sword at the sky. Faced with these countless huge rocks, the golden-armored general hurriedly waved its golden greatsword and smashed these huge rocks one by one. But there were simply too many of them. It only had one greatsword, but it was actually unable to cut through all these huge rocks. Not long after, the endless barrage of gigantic objects finally broke through the defense of the golden-armored general. It was instantly smashed in the back by a gigantic boulder that was dozens of meters tall. However, at the same time, an even bigger boulder came crashing down from above. The golden-armored general let out an unwilling roar. However, the attacks it received became denser and denser, and the blows it received became heavier and heavier. This is the mighty force of heaven and earth. The director of peace between man and nature was already one of the few experts among the younger generation, and he was only an opportunity away from the mysterious saint realm that broke through the limits of humans. He could feel this mighty force from heaven and earth. King Amos is fighting against heaven and earth. Fighting against heaven and earth. Unknowingly, Gongsun Ernyang had already stood up again. Her body was wrapped in some rags that were blown over by the strong wind, and then she carelessly wrapped them around her body. Throughout history, kings who dared to point their swords at heaven and earth did not have a good ending. Gongsun Ernyang swayed in the wind, and then her expression became gloomy. She was a fugitive who did not dare to point her sword at heaven and earth, who Lai's left hand kept pulling Tang Tianlin in the air, while Emo Sang was chasing after them relentlessly. Tang Tianlin could not complain now. "Where exactly are you taking me in this situation? Can you at least say something?" How could the arm talk? Tang Tianlin could not help but laugh bitterly. At this moment, his body did not seem to be his own. What is this? But at this time, Tang Tianlin saw a pair of terrifying eyes in the sky above the royal city, within the endless vortex of red demonic clouds. The pair of terrifying eyes that made one's scalp go numb with a single glance. However, his left hand suddenly accelerated. Tang Tianlin even had a feeling that his left arm was about to be torn apart. Under the sudden and violent acceleration, his entire body flew horizontally After that, he was projected onto a certain street in the outskirts of the capital city. It stopped. The surroundings were still desolate. Tang Tianlin lowered his head and looked at the broken signboard he was stepping on. He couldn't recognize the words of this world, but he could understand the meaning of the picture on the signboard. This place, I think it used to be a small store that sold weapons and equipment. At this moment, a thought flashed through Tang Tianlin's mind. I understand. But at this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind. Bastard! Don't run! What a spirited young man! Tang Tianlin only felt a big headache. But at this time his left hand moved again, pulling him directly into the collapsed weapon shop. In the blink of an eye, an entrance to the underground passage appeared in front of him. His left hand calmed down but remained in a raised state. Tang Tianlin was startled at this time, thinking about the strange movement of his left hand. There is something you want in here, those small stones. His left hand still did not move, but this time it flashed. Oh, my left hand can shine. Will anyone believe it? I hope this left hand can really calm down after getting those fragments. With a trace of helplessness, Tang Tianlin could only brace himself and walk into this passage. Esmerilla, Jillian, put her palm on the base of the crystal pillar, gently stroking the words engraved here, and read, "Is this your name? Esmerilla? Who are you? Why do I?" So, I'm the only one who can't understand these words? So what if you can understand the words of this world? Nan Xiaonan squinted, looking at Jillian, and couldn't help but pout. Now, she finally found the person, so she was more curious about how Mr. Luo was going to help. Nan Xiaonan didn't know what the situation outside was like, but with her experience, she could roughly guess. Therefore, she was even more curious. What kind of help should he give Jillian in order to qualify her to participate in this world's revolution? Of course, Nan Xiaonan was just curious about this method, but she would not be shocked by the next move. If you want to ask why, of course, it was don't ask, just ask the child of the world. Since he was the child of the world, naturally, no matter how bizarre and unreasonable things were, it would form a theoretical, closed loop. But no matter how eager Nan Xiaonan was, Boss Luo was still leisurely, looking at Jillian, who was staring at the crystal pillar absent-mindedly. He seemed to be more interested in this than what was happening outside. She didn't quite understand the indescribable existence as sexual preference. Nan Xiaonan felt the need to break the silence, so she cleared her throat and coughed twice. Ah, it was indeed very effective. At least Jillian was now awake from the state of confusion. His fingers retracted from the crystal pillar as if they were electrocuted, and then he shook his head hard. What's going on? Jillian rubbed between his eyebrows, trying to recall what happened before. I remember that I should be in the guards division? Under a lake in the guards division. All right, the sword soul beast. Jillian hurriedly pulled up the sleeve on his arm. On his arm, where the bloodline mark of the Highlanders was, there was now a small sword-shaped mark. This small sword mark seemed to be able to read his mind. At this time, a green light rushed out from the sword mark, and then turned into a palm-sized sword, swimming quickly around Jillian. It was the first time he saw such a strange thing, and he couldn't help but feel happy. With a thought, he commanded the small green sword to fly back and forth in the secret room. Unfortunately, he was a beginner, so he didn't control it well. The small cyan sword suddenly shot towards Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan was startled when she saw the small cyan sword flying towards her. She blinked her eyes, and after cursing, she quickly squatted down. The small green sword flew over Nan Xiaonan's head, and then directly sank into the thick wall. It was extremely sharp. I didn't mean it. Jillian was shocked at this time. I don't know how powerful it is. I'm sorry. Nan Xiaonan was about to say something, but Boss Luo suddenly said at this time, Mr. Jillian, how does it feel to have this small sword? Feel? Jillian, who was suddenly asked, opened his mouth and said subconsciously, I don't know. I always feel a little at a loss. But there is no doubt that it has become your strength. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Do you still remember what you told me, what you wanted to do?" Ji Lian frowned and thought for a while. "You mean to go on an adventure?" Boss Luo nodded. "In the past, didn't you always yearn to be like Mr. Zayart, traveling around the world, experiencing incredible stories, exploring thrilling secret places? In the past, you didn't have the ability to protect yourself, but now you can already do it." So, Ji Lian waved his hand, and the small green sword that had sunk into the wall instantly returned, hovering in his palm. He looked at it, lost in thought. "So I can already do it. But this is obviously not enough." Boss Luo suddenly said at this time. Ji Lian subconsciously raised his head and looked at him. Boss Luo said slowly at this time, "You should know that the outside world is very dangerous, especially those dangerous places. You will encounter a lot of dangers and hardships. So, if you want to set out with the goal of being an adventurer, you should properly arm yourself." "Arm myself?" Ji Lian was stunned. These words he felt a little familiar, very familiar. Nan Xiaonan was also stunned, looking at this indescribable existence, Mr. Luo, in disbelief. Was he so direct? Could it be that he could casually give out equipment and give out VIP 999 per attack? Yes. Boss Luo said at this time, "For example, you will definitely need one more weapon so that you can have more choices and ways to deal with different enemies. What do you think of this sword? When you face enemies, you can use this sword to fight with them, and your small green sword will be hidden in your sleeve to give a fatal blow. I think it will be very good." After saying this, Boss Luo directly threw a long sword at Ji Lian. Humans were like that. They would instinctively catch the things thrown to them. So, in a panic, Ji Lian hurriedly caught the long sword with both hands. "This isn't this." Ji Lian couldn't help but widen his eyes. "This is not your—" The sword that was thrown was actually one of the 3 divine weapons, Aurora's Aster. At the beginning, Ji Lian wanted to help to maintain it, to thank Boss Luo for helping him to pick up the kitchen knife, the beginning of everything. Of course, although the long sword can deal with many battles, Boss Luo said at this time, but in a real battle there will be times when the long sword is not suitable. For example, when you plan to hunt opponents or monsters from a distance. Since you want to set out to become an outstanding adventurer, I think you should also need a weapon that can attack from a distance. Look at this bow. Throw. Catch. This bow. Ji Lian looked at the long bow in his hand with a slight headache. Well, he didn't recognize this long bow, but he felt that it was a little heavy. But with many years of experience in the weapon shop, he could still see that this bow seemed to be extraordinary. At this time, Ji Lian looked at Mr. Luo, who was seriously introducing the weapon to him at this time. He couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this what he said when he worked in Locke's weapon shop and sold weapons to those unskilled adventurers, right? You should also need a suitable profession ability. Boss Luo took out a scroll at this time. This way you can deal with more different needs. After all, you want to set out to become an outstanding adventurer, right? Ji Lian rolled his eyes at this time and said, "Mr. Luo, stop fooling around. Let's not talk about this bow first, but this sword is obviously your own. How can I take it?" "This sword is actually not mine," Boss Luo said indifferently. "I picked it up on the way to the king's city." "Right? I haven't introduced myself yet. In fact, I am a traveling merchant. I also sell some weapons in my free time. Mr. Ji Lian, I think we are fated to meet. I will sell these things to you at a cheap price." "How cheap?" Ji Lian asked subconsciously. "Oh, I didn't mean that. Professional habit, professional habit. You don't have to worry about the cost." Boss Luo smiled mysteriously at this time. "Because someone will pay for you. After all, I promised to return this sword and bow to him." Nan Xiaonan suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Then, as if she thought of something, she suddenly stared at Ji Lian. Chapter 1889. Nan Xiaonan had a question mark on her face. Her mouth was slightly open as she listened to Boss Luo's words. An unprecedented sense of fullness almost filled her entire body. Could it be that he had really won the treasure? Return, return. Aurora's Aster, total annihilation. Mr. Luo had said more than once that he would return the two godly weapons. But Nan Xiaonan never thought that he would return them in such a way. But it was unexpected, but it was also within reason. Everything was changing reasonably and rapidly under that absurd appearance. Was this the method of the indescribable existence that could directly reach out and manipulate the essence of the scene? He didn't even need to do anything earth-shattering. He only needed to touch one of the threads that made up everything, and it could bring about a violent chain reaction. At this time, Nan Xiaonan was even more frightened than when she made the choice, because she had realized a very frightening thing. If return was something that had long been decided, then in the midst of her indecision, she had finally made a difficult gamble. Choosing Jillian, was it also a fact that had long been decided? Had she also unknowingly become another string in the chain reaction caused by that string that had been plucked? Return. What do you mean by return? Jillian was stunned. He wasn't like Nan Xiaonan, who could imagine a lot of things. He only knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Although he didn't know the origin of this longbow, he could see that it must be very valuable. As for this sword was something that his old man fought to maintain before he died. Although his old man Max was a terrible old man, his skills as a craftsman were really good. A sword that even he fought to maintain was obviously not an ordinary sword. There was even the so-called profession change scroll that could bring about the ability of a profession. This thing should be something that all professions would fight to obtain, right? You don't need to know this for now. Boss Luo said slowly. You only need to know one thing. From now on, these things belong to you, and you are fully qualified to have them. Jillian was more and more confused. Boss Luo said, although they were sent to you through my hands, but to be honest, these things are completely acceptable to you, because this is a gift that you can accept without any burden from the person who loves you the most in this world. A gift from a parent. A gift from a parent. Jillian stared blankly at the items in his hands. He discovered that even the scroll for changing professions was already in his hands. Who would be so good to him? Jillian could imagine that the only person who was good to him in his life was his old man. There was also Uncle Zayart. He could sense that Uncle Zayart was someone who treated him well. He couldn't imagine his old man and Uncle Zayart. As for his parents, he had never seen both of his parents. Oh, there was also Sword Saintly, who gave him the Sword Soul Beast. But Jillian had a feeling that there was another reason why he gave him the Sword Soul Beast Sword. Is it my old man or Uncle Zayart? Jillian didn't get a definite answer from Boss Luo. Open this scroll. Boss Luo suddenly said quickly, I'll help you complete the profession change scroll. This seemed to be an unquestionable gaze. Under this gaze, Jillian's mind was almost blank. He subconsciously opened the scroll with both hands. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the secret room. This was the power of the profession. Bathed in this golden light, Jillian instantly obtained some information about the profession ability in the scroll, as well as the name of this profession. Glory Apostle. This is my profession. He was still feeling the wonderful knowledge under the impact of the scroll's light. However, at this time, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in the secret room. It was a young man whose body seemed to be pulled by his own left hand, and who was being driven over. Tang Tianlin. Nan Xiaonan instantly recognized the identity of this strange young man and whispered his name. Tang Tianlin's left hand flashed with a strange light. At this moment, Tang Tianlin was also surprised by what he saw in the secret room. He was not only surprised by the two servants, Nan Xiaonan and Mr. Luo. The combination of the people here was quite wonderful. In the corner, there was the unconscious Princess Carol, a strange young man who was bathed in golden light. and there was also a woman sealed in a crystal pillar. What a beautiful woman! She was even more beautiful than Queen Hilda and Laura, whom he had seen before. In fact, when the pure appearance reached a certain level, it was almost the same. No one could be more beautiful than the other, and the feeling this beauty brought to people. The woman sealed in the crystal pillar, her smile seemed to have a strange magic. She could infect people and wash away all the worries in an instant, making people forget their worries and feel the beauty of life again. Just such a smile, just such a smile. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but whisper at this time, is already the most precious treasure in the world. At this time, his left hand suddenly trembled, and Tang Tianlin suddenly woke up from this state of absent-mindedness. He frowned subconsciously, and before he had time to carefully analyze the situation at this time, the disobedient left hand once again pulled his body and began to move. And this time, the left hand's goal was the strange young man bathed in golden light. Ji Lian. According to the previous situation, this young man must have the stone fragments that the left hand wanted, otherwise the left hand would not bring him to this place. Old Tang, don't mess around. Seeing this, Nan Xiaonan instantly screamed, but in fact the scream was not enough to stop Tang Tianlin at this time. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan could only directly block in front of Jilian. This child is not something you can touch. I don't want to touch him, but I can't control myself. You must control yourself. Bear with it. Go out and turn left for 2 kilometers. I remember there is a brothel. Go and look for it. You should be able to do it. Even if he had long been used to Nan Xiaonan's mouth along the way, at this time, Tang Tianlin still felt like he was getting to know her again. However, his left hand was indeed not something that he could control as he wished. At this time, his left hand, like a ghost, suddenly slapped Nan Xiaonan's shoulder and instantly sent her flying. There was even the sound of bones breaking. Nan Xiaonan directly hit the wall, her face full of horror, and she spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why are you so fierce? I'll explain later. I can't explain it clearly now. I'm sorry, Tang Tianlin quickly said. At this time, his left hand had directly invaded the golden light around Jilian, and without stopping, he aimed at Jilian's chest. Just as he was about to directly grab it, a black iron rod suddenly hit his left arm. Bastard! Not only did you mess with my mother, now you won't even let go of a cute boy. Today, I will take care of this bastard who eats both men and women, and do justice for the heavens. Mo sang. This iron rod was so heavy if it hit down, it would probably directly break the bones. At this time, his left hand was used as a support, and his palm hit the falling iron rod. The 2 strong forces collided, and the air waves exploded. Tang Tianlin and Mo Sang couldn't help but retreat at the same time. While flying back, Tang Tianlin stepped on the wall, stabilized his body, and then slowly landed. At this time, Mo Sang swung the iron rod in his hand, rushed forward, and protected in front of Jilian. Child, don't be afraid. I will protect you from being violated by this bastard. Hey, Brother Luo, you are also here. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Boss Luo looked at Mo Sang's bulging chest muscles and showed a funny smile. Mr. Mo Sang, have you finished your physical training? I don't know, but my mother said that I don't have to do it, so I probably finished it. Anyway, I forgot where I counted to. Mo Sang's voice was buzzing at this time. Brother Luo, I won't catch up with you first. Wait until I kill this bastard who humiliated my mother. Then I will talk to you. Humiliated? What? Boss Luo couldn't help but be startled. Mo Sang said angrily, this bastard. He grabbed my mother's breast. And there are 2 of them. Don't you think it's hateful? Grabbed. Boss Luo opened his mouth and looked at Tang Tianlin with a face full of surprise. Tang Tianlin's face was already dark. Nan Xiaonan's eyes were wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. She didn't even have time to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth, and said with a trembling voice, "Old Tang, you can even do that Gong Sun Earn Young. You really can't control yourself? Even if you do it yourself, it's better than that?" Old Tang Tianlin wanted nothing more than to bang his head against the wall and die. He would never be able to wash away this dark history. I said, "This is a misunderstanding. It's my left hand. I can't control my left hand." Roar. Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and nodded. "Well, people who make mistakes say that can't control your left hand. I understand, but you can't give up on yourself." "Forget it." Tang Tianlin couldn't help but sigh. He still let Mo Sang refute, but now his eyes focused. He raised his left hand again, this time releasing a stronger light. Gritting his teeth, Tang Tianlin's resistance to his left hand's control of his body weakened a lot. He just wanted to finish it as soon as possible. "Good bastard, eat my iron rod." Mo Sang directly swung the iron rod, and in an instant the heavy iron rod showed hundreds and thousands of afterimages under Mo Sang's swing. Tang Tianlin couldn't help but be startled. Facing this terrifying iron rod, he actually felt his heart tremble. However, his left hand was completely fearless. Like pulling chestnuts out of a fire, it actually accurately struck towards Mo Sang's forehead amidst the layers of afterimages. These two guys. Watching the battle, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her strength was gone, but her knowledge was not reduced. She could vaguely feel the danger of the iron rod and Mo Sang's entanglement. Why does this fighting style look so much like the fighting style of those guys who call themselves immortals? At this time, Mo Sang's left hand, which was aiming at Mo Sang's forehead, didn't hit. Mo Sang pulled back the iron rod in his hand skillfully, and the iron rod pointed at the back of Mo Sang's hand. Seeing this, Mo Sang had to pull back, and then pushed Mo Sang's chest with his palm. However, Mo Sang suddenly shouted, and instead of retreating, he moved forward and hit Mo Sang with his chest out. Bang! Under the collision, Tang Tianlin's figure was unsteady, and he took a few steps back. He could even feel a numbness coming from Mo Sang's left hand. Mo Sang's left hand, which had always been successful, seemed to have suffered a small loss. "Ha ha ha! Is this all you've got?" At this time, Mo Sang's eyes flashed like lightning, and his whole body exuded a violent and warlike aura. The canine teeth in his mouth became sharper, like a wild beast. "It's rare for me to come out, and you welcome me like this." Mo Sang's voice was even different from the original. This guy was not the previous one. In an instant, Tang Tianlin felt that this big idiot with an iron rod in front of him was no longer the Mo Sang who called him a dog thief. It seemed to be a different person. At this time, the violent and warlike aura on Mo Sang's body became stronger and stronger. His laughter became louder and louder, and Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but cover her ears in pain at this time. Her eyes were also shaken to the point that blood flowed out, and her expression was even more horrified. This voice is right. It's you. You're the guy who was sealed in the roaring forest. You're Big Stone. Yo, little girl, you remember me? At this time, Mo Sang stopped laughing and casually glanced at Nan Xiaonan and said playfully, "You don't seem to be doing well. I taught you the visualization method, but you didn't find even a fragment, which really disappointed me." "I found it, but you gave it to me." Nan Xiaonan shook her head at this time, and then sneered. "I knew you were up to no good. Didn't you suddenly appear out of nowhere, trying to catch the cicada like a mantis? TSK, you can obviously come out by yourself, but you still say that you've been sealed?" Mo Sang said expressionlessly, "I'm still inside the seal. This is just a remnant of my soul that I've entrusted to this iron rod. This child was destined to be destroyed in the previous era, but fortunately survived, but his soul was not complete. If it wasn't for my soul, this child would have died long ago." Nan Xiaonan pouted and said, "I don't care, you lied to me, and said that you don't remember what happened in the past. You're AF asterisk king liar, a sealed trash. A black-hearted trash who cheated a weak girl like me to work without paying me. Relying on Boss Luo, the indescribable existence, Nan Xiaonan felt that she was floating at this time. She couldn't help but point at Mose and curse. Mo Sang suddenly knocked the iron rod in his hand on the ground, and hundreds of cracks appeared in the entire secret room. Fine, Mo Sang snorted. Since you want to know who I am, I'll let you know. As he spoke, the berserk and battle-hungry aura began to slowly condense on Mo Sang's body. In just a short moment, a huge white ape figure wearing a suit of armor and holding a long iron skirt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I'm the head of Meishan, Yuan Hong. He turned the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Tang Tianlin. Yang Jian, back then, you defeated me with the mountain river map and sealed my soul. Now that the world has changed, you don't dare to show your true body to me? Tang Tianlin couldn't help but open his mouth and looked at his left hand subconsciously. His left hand, which was flashing at a low frequency, suddenly shone brightly. In an instant, Tang Tianlin felt that his consciousness seemed to be washed away by the raging sea and sank into the deep sea. Then, something emerged from the depths of the sea and replaced him. It seems that in the years I've been away, the mountain river map has really changed. I don't know what it is. Tang Tianlin slowly opened his eyes at this time. Not only that, there was a small golden crack between his eyebrows. When the crack opened, a golden eye could be seen. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you, Master Sky of Crack, for your generous gift yesterday. Come, have a taste of my tea. PS2, 0/1. Chapter 1890. The golden eye that split open between Tang Tianlin's brows had a terrifying aura that made Nan Xiaonan's soul feel as if it was being burned. Facing the bizarre golden eye, she, who only felt a faint pain, subconsciously moved her body. She moved to Boss Luo's side, but felt that the burning in her soul seemed to have lessened a lot. Since she swallowed the remnant soul of the real Nan Xiaonan, she also integrated a lot of knowledge of the modern world. Although most of it was fragmented, it didn't prevent her from understanding the unlucky modern world from a new perspective. Yuan Hong, Yang Jian? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but ask cautiously in a low voice. Mr. Luo, these two, are they mentioned in that something novel, Something and Something? Something and Something? It's not something and something. Boss Luo chuckled. Lord of Purity and Magic Yang Jian and Trash Star Lord Yuan Hong belong to the characters in the Investiture of the Gods. Investiture of the Gods? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but frown. The fragmented memories and her own knowledge began to combine wonderfully. They are all myths? Even the modern world outside of us has their legends? Maybe. Boss Luo answered noncommittally, but he didn't intend to hide the conversation between him and Nan Xiaonan. Mose, who called himself Yuan Hong, and Tang Tianlin, who called himself Yang Jian, stared at them at the same time. Especially the golden eye between Tang Tianlin's eyebrows, it was shining brightly. But the first to speak was Mose, who called himself Yuan Hong. Mose frowned at this time. Boy, who are you? Since you know me and Yang Jian, are you also a descendant of the ancient Kelowna? You can say that. Boss Luo nodded. The two of you are also very famous in the outside world I live in. Well, they often appear on TV. But true Monarch Yang has more scenes. Hey, I'm so angry. Unexpectedly, Mo Sang's face was filled with rage. If it wasn't for this three-eyed brat borrowing the Empress's treasure, how could he have won against me? In the conferred god battle, it is still unknown who will win. However, Boss Luo said, as far as I know, the investiture god battle should have already ended. What do you know? Mo Sang snorted coldly. The conferred god battle isn't over yet, it's still going on. If it weren't for that, this venerable soul would have been destroyed long ago. Oh, Boss Luo said in surprise, there's such a thing? The conferred god battle isn't over yet. Why isn't there an end to it? Mo Sang sneered and said, I've met Gong Sunernyan and learned from her the near world. The investiture of the gods' battle was actually spread through a novel. What a joke! This is probably the scheme of those bastards from Chan School. In the world that we have never touched, they're despicably weakening the legend of Jia School. In the real conferred god battle in the void, Chan School is a joke. That's true. Boss Luo looked at Tang Tianlin curiously. Fresh. However, Tang Tianlin said expressionlessly, in the conferred god battle, everyone has their own master and uses all their means. If the disciples of Jia School can do it, why can't we? In the endless void world, I'm afraid that the disciples of Jia School will slander the disciples of Jia School even more. Bullsh *T. Mo Sang was instantly enraged. However, Tang Tianlin ignored him. The golden eyes on his forehead flashed as he looked straight at Boss Luo and said indifferently, I'm going to take back the array spirit core of the mountain river diagram and restore the original appearance of the mountain river diagram. Don't stop me. With that, Tang Tianlin moved. He only went to take Ji Lian at this time. As for Ji Lian, the golden light of his profession was slowly fading, which meant that his profession change would be completed soon. At this time, he couldn't move, but he could hear. However, he couldn't understand a little bit of what these guys were saying. He could only watch as Tang Tianlin reached out to him. Yang Jian, you want to regain control of the mountain river diagram. Have you asked for my permission? Mo Sang laughed wildly and smashed out with his iron rod. I finally instigated this array spirit to provoke the will of this subworld when you weren't here. When they were fighting, I used the last of my strength to break the core of the mountain river diagram. I finally taught the new array spirit that Jia School is the true sect under the Tao of Heaven. I haven't escaped yet. How can I do as you wish? As expected. Tang Tianlin instantly snorted coldly. I was wondering why the mountain river diagram could evolve into such a ridiculous world. I shouldn't have failed to destroy your divine soul because of a mistake. Yuan Hong, let's settle the grudges of the past together today. With that, Tang Tianlin waved his hand, and the floor in the secret room began to shatter. A large amount of gravel gathered in his hand and turned into a long spear with 2 sides and 3 points. Raising the long spear, Tang Tianlin instantly stabbed at Mo Sang, who was holding the long iron rod. Bang! In an instant, 2 terrifying forces directly blew up the entire secret room into pieces. In the violent fluctuations, Tang Tianlin and Mo Sang rushed straight to the sky. At the same time, in the sky above the royal capital, the pair of horrifying eyes in the red demon cloud vortex suddenly opened. Lightning was rolling in the endless red demon cloud. Huge lightning bolts struck down from the demon cloud and crazily gathered in the long iron rod in Mo Sang's hand. At this moment, Mo Sang was like the Emperor of Lightning surrounded by lightning bolts. Tang Tianlin, on the other hand, looked much calmer. However, while he was holding the long spear that was temporarily constructed, a gentle light was flowing on his body. Although it wasn't as ferocious as Mo Sang, it was neutral and peaceful as if nothing could harm it. At this moment, the entire world began to shake crazily. Rumble. The royal capital, the last country in the world, the only royal capital of the Illness Kingdom, cracked in half like a thin piece of wood being pulled apart. This was because Tang Tianlin and Mo Sang had become arrogant at this moment. I think of a phrase, the fight between immortals. On the ground, Nan Xiaonan felt a big headache and couldn't help but mutter, Of course, these guys have always called themselves immortals. I don't know about Yang Jian and Yuan Hong, but I know about the God-sealing battle. You should have told me earlier. Lady Nan, tell me about the God-sealing battle you know, Boss Luo suddenly said. The battle in the void is so famous. You, an indescribable existence, have the nerve to ask me about it. Isn't this a game that you, indescribable existence, created to kill time? Are you a country bumpkin who hasn't left the village? But this country bumpkin is super strong, something like that? However, Nan Xiaonan still nodded subconsciously, knowing that it wasn't the time to tell stories. She subconsciously looked around. Ji Lian was here, and so was the crystal pillar that sealed the mysterious woman. Even Princess Carol was here. When the secret room was blown up by Tang Tianlin and Demo Sang, Boss Luo obviously took action and brought them out safely from the center of the explosion. Mr. Luo. Nan Xiaonan swallowed her saliva and asked nervously, "It seems that the real owner of chessboard has appeared this time. And Big Stone, Emo Sang. Bah, the one called Yuan Hong, this level of battle isn't something that a simple human can intervene in. What about Ji Lian?" Ji Lian. At this time, Ji Lian was watching the fight between the immortals in the sky. It was very strange. This world was very strange to Ji Lian. So strange that he felt that he might be having a nightmare about the end of the world that he hadn't woken up from. But since ancient times, humans have never planned to give up because of this. Boss Luo said softly at this time, they will always do everything they can to get closer, even if it's just a little. It's really impossible. Nan Xiaonan shook her head and said firmly, insignificant humans can't get rid of the control of the powerful void. No, Mr. Luo, are you planning to take action? I'm not. Boss Luo chuckled and looked at Nan Xiaonan with a smile. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes. Suddenly, a bad feeling arose spontaneously and even made her tremble involuntarily. Boss Luo said seriously, Lady Nan, you chose Ji Lian, so please treat your choice well and protect him. I'll leave it to you. Hey. Wait. Nan Xiaonan reached out subconsciously to grab Mr. Luo in front of her. However, Boss Luo was fading away in front of Nan Xiaonan's eyes. Don't. She finally grabbed nothing. Don't go, you scumbag! I can't deal with it. I really can't deal with it. Nan Xiaonan squatted on the ground and wailed weakly. I can't deal with it now. And I can't deal with it before. This is the real, powerful void. How can you play with me like this? She sat on the ground in a daze, as if she had been hollowed out. Who can tell me what happened? Nan Xiaonan raised her head subconsciously and looked at Ji Lian, who was looking at her with a pale face. Ji Lian was the one who said this. At this time, Nan Xiaonan suddenly quivered, rushed up, and directly grabbed Ji Lian's collar with both hands. I was blindfolded. I shouldn't have chosen you. Why? I had a chance to make the right choice. It was right in front of me. Why didn't I cherish it? I turned off the easy mode and turned on the nightmare mode. Why? It's all your fault. Looking at Nan Xiaonan, who was about to cry and snot, Ji Lian subconsciously felt that he was wronged, but he couldn't tell how he was wronged, as if he was the one who was born to be the scapegoat. I'm sorry, he said blankly. What's the use of saying sorry? Nan Xiaonan scolded angrily. If you have the time, you might as well think about what to do next to protect yourself in this terrible situation. Ji Lian, pale with fright, nodded. Nan Xiaonan angrily pushed Ji Lian away at this time, then sat directly on the ground, and then rubbed her head hard. Ji Lian could only say in surprise, what are you doing? Think of a way. Nan Xiaonan didn't even raise her head at this time. She said, quickly, I have to think clearly. In this world-class revolution, who is the real destiny? Who is the one who should be trampled on? Who is the direction? I need to see the real direction, clearly. Let's see what my damn future boss wants. This is the real test for me. F*CKU. Okay. Ji Lian nodded. Then he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and pulled out Aurora's aster from the scabbard. Then he put on a battle-ready posture and stood in front of Nan Xiaonan, looking around nervously. What are you doing? Nan Xiaonan was startled. Ji Lian said, protecting you. Although it's useless, it's better than doing nothing. I don't know what happened, but you and I are the only ones left here. If you want something, then all I can do is protect you for now. You Nan Xiaonan subconsciously opened her mouth and then muttered to herself, "Although it may be useless, it's better than doing nothing. They will always use all means to get closer, closer, even if it's just a little bit. Although it's useless, even if it's just a little. Even if it's useless a little? A little. I know. What's wrong?" Ji Lian couldn't help but ask cautiously, "A little." Nan Xiaonan suddenly stood up and grabbed Ji Lian's arm. Then she waved demonic diagram and summoned a flying monster. She pulled Ji Lian and jumped on it. "Wow! What are you doing?" Ji Lian was shocked. Nan Xiaonan shouted in the wind, "I'm going to send you to your death." What? A small figure in a white dress was silently standing in the void. In front of the small figure, there was a ball shadow the size of a basketball. At this moment, the shadow of the sphere was shattering bit by bit. She didn't move her eyes and just silently watched the ball shadow break. She would say something from time to time. Breaking 17, 89%, breaking 21, 314%. If you keep calculating, you won't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind the small figure. She turned her head back, and her dull eyes gradually became a little lively. "Restricted person. Do you want to take back this subworld that originally belonged to you?" Boss Luo asked softly. "Can I? Bro. Her voice gradually had a trace of human-like undulation. "I chose a protagonist for you." Boss Luo smiled and said, "It's your apostle, the glorious apostle goddess. Hashtag PS1. I forgot to write the previous chapter as usual. My memory is terrible. PS2, so 1/1, finish writing and sleep." Chapter 1891. Far away in the distant past, in that dazzling star, there was also chaos without boundaries. Every moment that passed in his perception, there were all kinds of tangible and intangible information flowing through. They were like two fish swimming against the current in this huge river of time and information. One was a golden deity, while the other was a youth wrapped in a red and black cloak. Suddenly, one of them paused, as if studying something in the endless river, and so did the other. "What is it, Yang Jian?" The voice of the red and black cloaked youth rang then. The golden deity, who had stopped first, Yang Jian, was quietly paying attention to something. "It's nothing. Just found a suitable small world." His companion was not surprised. They were Yang Jian's companion and the people he belonged to. They were used to calling the different subworlds of different shapes and sizes small worlds. As for the void itself, which was the colossal world, they believed that there were perhaps 3,000 such worlds. Hence the term 3,000 colossal worlds. Of course, 3,000 was a general concept, implying infinity. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it infinite colossal world. Oh, right, you're planning to replenish the inner world function of the divine item you have. The red and black cloaked youth nodded. He was a little envious of his companion on the path of exploration. Like him, Cain was from a group of people who called themselves immortals from a subworld of mythology. Yang Jian had a very mysterious diagram that could directly absorb an entire small world. In the end, it would obliterate everything in the small world and refine the origin of the small world. The essence of a small world was the only hard currency that could be fully circulated in the void, a unique currency that one could not bear to part with as long as they held it. "I'll wait for you." He knew what Yang Jian wanted to do next, and so agreed to wait. It was truly difficult for him to meet such a like-minded companion in this endless void. He was indeed a little too lonely on the path of exploring the primordial origin. "I'll be back soon." Yang Jian nodded and glanced at the red and black cloaked youth beside him. Cain did not have to wait for long before the golden deity returned. Perhaps he returned with a full load, he thought. "My luck is pretty good." As expected, Yang Jian said with a smile, "We encountered a small world that has evolved 6 times. If we can refine it normally, we can basically replenish our previous losses. This is indeed a good thing." Cain also smiled. It was not rare to come across such good things in the void, as long as you had enough time to explore. Of course, it was not uncommon to encounter good things. Similarly, it was not uncommon to encounter bad things. They set off to explore again, following the original call in their hearts, continuing to travel against the flow of this long river of time. However, not long ago, the golden deity and the red and black cloaked youth stopped again. Something was blocking their path. It's Void Azura. Quick, you hold it back. I'm going to attack. If the Void Azura summons countless Void original demons, it'll be troublesome. 2 incomparably powerful waves instantly shook a small section of the long river of time. Even in the infinite universe, this was considered a powerful force. In the long river of time, dazzling fireworks appeared in an instant. Yang Jian, die! Under the red night sky, Mo Sang, who carried the endless power of thunder, smashed out huge thunder dragons with the long iron rod in his hand. This was the vast power of heaven. Facing the vast power of heaven, Tang Tianlin looked calm. He waved the 3-pointed spear in his hand, and endless explosions appeared in the sky. The flashing lights were just like the fireworks of the new year. I've only left for a while, and you've already stolen the mountain river diagram to such an extent. You're indeed a member of the Jia sect. Treasures belong to those who are capable. Who told you not to be here? Mo Sang laughed crazily and said, "I can only say that my luck is stronger than yours in this God-confirmed battle. I'm afraid that if it weren't for you bastards of the Chan sect, you would have been suppressed to the point that you can't even raise your heads." Tang Tianlin said indifferently, "I've left the God-confirmed battle long ago. I'm not interested in the current situation of the battle." The ferocious Mo Sang couldn't help but be stunned. "You've left the battlefield?" "I've left that war long ago, and I've embarked on the path of exploration with like-minded friends." Tang Tianlin said indifferently, "It's only because I encountered the Void Azura in the infinite, boundless world that I fell. It's not what you think. I was defeated in the war, and my body and primordial spirit were separated." Bastards of the Chan sect! I don't believe the nonsense of you, sanctimonious people. Mo Sang snorted coldly. "Hey, after I kill you and take the mountain river diagram, I'll return to the battlefield directly." With that, Mo Sang roared toward the sky. He pointed the iron rod in his hand at the terrifying eyes of the blood-red demon Cloud Vortex. In an instant, a blood-red light shot out from the terrifying eyes and hit Mo Sang right in the middle. After being hit by this blood-red light, the muscles all over Mo Sang as body bulged, cracked, and then expanded. Fine white hair grew out of his body, and his body expanded in the air. The entire world was shaking crazily, and the mountains and rivers began to collapse. In the end, he turned into a huge white ape that towered into the clouds. Just the sole of his feet, was already bigger than the entire Elness Kingdom's capital. That terrifying steel rod was now as big as a mountain range. Looking from the ground, one couldn't see the entire body of this huge white ape anymore. Compared to this huge white ape, that huge golden armored general was now like a small beetle, not to mention that tiny human. "This is Yuan Hong." Gong's son Ernyang muttered to herself, "The mythical Dharma world is just like this." She heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had seen the end of it all. Gong's son Ernyang sat down cross-legged. She was the first servant to descend from the chessboard. She was also the first one to come into contact with the sealed big rock in the roaring forest. At this moment, a slightly huge figure flew across the sky. Gong's son Ernyang couldn't help but frown. "This is—" She raised her head to look and saw that it was a flying monster. and on top of this monster, Nen Xiaonan and Jilian were shockingly sitting. Gong Sun Ernyang didn't know who Jilian was, but she noticed another thing. That was, this flying monster was carrying two people, and there was another person in its mouth. It was the evil Princess Carol that was born by King Amos and Queen Hilda. Gong Sun Ernyang didn't know what Nen Xiaonan wanted to do, but she vaguely felt that it wasn't a good thing. At this point, it's useless to do anything. Gong Sun Ernyang shook her head. It's just a futile effort. People don't want to live in vain, but in the end, it's nothing but useless work. Gong Sun Ernyang slowly closed her eyes at this moment. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind blew. Gong Sun Ernyang suddenly opened her eyes, only to see that the flying monster turned back and quickly landed in front of her. Gong Sun Ernyang frowned. At this moment, the monster had completely stopped in front of her. What? Are you here to ridicule this old woman? Gong Sun Ernyang said indifferently. Nan Xiaonan was startled at this moment, and then she asked seriously, Gong Sun Ernyang, I heard that you were bullied by Old Tang and were caught. Is it true? Old Tang? Gong Sun Ernyang couldn't help being startled. And then she realized that Old Tang was probably the bastard who attacked her. She immediately became furious. You know that bastard. What are you going to do? I just want to confirm. Nan Xiaonan smiled embarrassedly, and then she quickly waved her hand. It's okay. Bye-bye. With that, the flying monster instantly flapped its eyes, and under Jilian's incredulous gaze, it took off again. Gong Sun Ernyang couldn't help being startled, and then she became furious. How dare you? How dare you humiliate this old woman? She didn't expect that Nan Xiaonan still had the mood to ask such a boring question at this moment of crisis and great change. What's more, this question obviously succeeded in provoking Gong Sun Ernyang's emotions, which should have been calmed down. Reckless girl. Gong Sun Ernyang gritted her teeth. This old woman must teach you a good lesson today. The flying monster had already taken off, and Nan Xiaonan hurriedly said, Old woman, don't make it sound so nice. You King disliked me from the beginning, right? If you have the ability, come and hit me, hit me. Gong Sun Ernyang had never seen such a request, and now she was jumping in anger. As a hidden powerhouse in this chessboard world, Gong Sun Ernyang's eyes were red. Obviously, Nan Xiaonan's question had succeeded in infuriating this horrible woman. If you want to die, I'll help you. The sword light crisscrossed, weaving a huge sword light net, and quickly covered the back of the flying monster. Nan Xiaonan saw this, so she took a deep breath, and then used all her strength to fiercely grab the back of the flying monster's neck. The flying monster screamed at this time, frantically flapping its wings, and its speed increased a lot in an instant. Frightened, Jilian could only tightly grab the hair on the back of the monster. His body was already flying horizontally. Nan Xiaonan said that she wanted to send him to death. He would probably be chopped to death by the furious old woman behind him. Help! Help! Shut up! Nan Xiaonan punched on Jilian's head. I can't concentrate. You, what do you want to do? Jilian said in horror. Find someone. Nan Xiaonan said quickly. Find a way to help you, gather the 3 heavenly weapons, and then summon the dragon god. What? I'm your guardian now. Nan Xiaonan said fiercely. I was forced. Facing Nan Xiaonan, who seemed to want to swallow him alive, Jilian was afraid of being limited, so he didn't dare to speak, only feeling more and more humble. When a woman goes crazy, it turns out to be this scary. No wonder Uncle Zayart had always instilled a point of view in him when he discussed women with him. Women are not as good brothers. Women are all scary creatures. Without a group of good brothers who can give you advice and help you block your spears and swords, you must remember not to provoke women, and so on. Maybe I'm right? At this moment, the flying monster was circling around the ruins of the palace. Gong Sun Ernyang's chase was still terrible. Found it, Nan Xiaonan exclaimed. Suddenly, Nan Xiaonan forcefully pinched the flying monster's ribs again. Ji Lian felt the pain just by looking at it. The flying monster immediately squeezed out a few drops of tears and crashed down headfirst. Young Wali showed more and more impatience on his face. It was like a vicious wolf that was pushing the maid Tina hard in the middle of the ruins. No, I still can't contact Tiff. Ah! The maid screamed at this moment, because at this moment, young man Wally quickly walked in front of her, grabbed her collar, lifted her up and threw her to the side. Useless thing! Tina's body hit the broken wall, breaking it instantly. She fell to the ground, spitting out blood. She was terrified and didn't dare to raise her head. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! Humph! Young Wally snorted. All of you are useless. That being said, when he saw the huge white ape that towered into the clouds, his face couldn't help but turn as pale as a sheet of paper. This wasn't something that the chessboard, in his understanding, should be. He wanted to stop this game from the outside world. But the way to turn the tables, the connection between Tina and Tiff from the twin maids didn't work. What happened? Did Tiff succeed? She didn't succeed. Young Wali lowered his head, biting his fingers. He looked more and more nervous and anxious. His innate anxiety seemed to be magnified infinitely at this time, making him feel uncomfortable and unable to calm down no matter what. Could it be that Tiff betrayed me? She has gotten together with Gong Lina? Young Wali grabbed his hair with both hands. No, Gong Lina doesn't have that ability. But why? So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Master Wali, up there! Tina yelled at the top of her lungs. Young Wali raised his head subconsciously, but he saw a huge black shadow swooping down toward him. He could see the guy on the flying monster. You're Lisa's servant? Young Wali was stunned. Nan Xiaonan quickly grabbed Jilian and jumped down from the flying monster. They rolled on the ground awkwardly and finally rolled in front of young Wali. Young Wali frowned subconsciously, but Nan Xiaonan directly pulled Jilian up and said loudly, Mr. Wali, I brought your enemy to you. Kill her and take revenge. We'll talk about the salary later. Her voice was like a broken throat, which could be heard from afar. The young man Wally opened his mouth. His innate anxiety seemed to have changed qualitatively due to the quantitative change. Give me your life. Young Wally raised his head subconsciously, but what he saw was Gong Sun Ernyang, who was surrounded by thousands of swords and her murderous eyes. He stared blankly at Gong Sun Ernyang and instantly understood the meaning of Nan Xiaonan's words. You mother****. Chapter 1892. Young Wali's hands were chopped off by Gong Sun Ernyang. Although he spent a lot of money to regrow his hands were still chopped off. Even the 2 slate fragments in his possession had been snatched away by Gong Sun Ernyang. The enmity between them was not small. Young Wali had been holding a grudge in his heart, but he didn't plan to take revenge immediately. In this ever-changing chessboard, he didn't have enough confidence that he could control the changes of the chessboard. The accumulation that he had painstakingly accumulated in the chessboard was of no use in the face of the gigantic Mosin white ape. It was already difficult for him to protect himself. As for revenge, he could only postpone it. He didn't expect that Gong Sun Ernyang would come again. You mother****. He was obviously about to jump up and down and curse at him. However, Nan Xiaonan didn't give him the time to vent his anger. Mr. Wali, you sent old Tang to rob this old woman, and old Tang seemed to have succeeded. He even humiliated this old woman to vent your anger. Remember, don't forget to reward him. CKU. What the hell are you talking about? Young Wali squeezed his throat and made a low and hoarse voice like a beast. Nan Xiaonan blinked her eyes quietly. Young Varley immediately had a bad feeling. At this moment, he only felt a terrifying, murderous intent from hell locking onto all the pores on his body, and the cold air seeped into his body, as if it was going to freeze his internal organs in an instant. The sword light on Gong Sun Eunyoung's body increased by several times, and the sword tip was pointed at young Wally's forehead. She screamed, "It's you? Die!" Young Wally felt that he was wronged. However, facing the enemy who chopped off his hands and took away the important slate fragments, young Wally was furious, even though he knew that it was Nan Xiaonan's fault. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Young Wally instantly waved the snake that devours all spells. Young Wally gritted his teeth as he was tortured again and again, and his mentality had already collapsed. Kill, 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 kill. Last time, he was ambushed by Gong Sun Eunyoung, so his hands were cut off. This time, young man Wally attacked with hatred and directly activated the special skill of snake that devours all spells. Under the effect of this godly weapon, Gong Sun Eunyoung's explosive sword light started to bend in the air, as if it was consumed by something, and its power was reduced by more than half. Seeing that the special ability of the godly weapon worked, young Wally's eyes lit up. "Old man, today, I'll let you taste what's more terrible than hell. Bastard!" Gong Sun Eunyoung snorted coldly and began to avoid directly contacting the serpent that devours all spells. At this time, Yuan Chu, Nan Xiaonan, and Jilian were hiding behind half of the collapsed wall. They poked their heads out and watched the duel nervously. You purposely lured this terrifying old lady in front of this guy. Ji Lian looked at Nan Xiaonan with fear, confirming that women were terrifying creatures. This guy, I seem to have seen him before. I remember now. He came to our weapon shop once and took something from my father. Willie went to Mr. Max. When did that happen? Nan Xiaonan was stunned subconsciously. Jilian said, "It was the day I met Mr. Luo, before I met Mr. Luo." Nan Xiaonan frowned at this time, not knowing what to think. At this time, there was a new change in the duel between Gong Sun Eunyoung and young man Willie. Gong Sun Eunyoung superimposed a sword light and then directly contacted with the snake that devours all spells. With its special ability, the godly weapon instantly twisted and devoured the power of the sword light. However, Gong Sun Eunyoung superimposed too much sword light on the sword, and the godly weapon couldn't completely twist and devour it. Finally, Gong Sun Eunyoung's hand twisted Wally's wrist, which was holding the sword, with the sword light. "Ah! My hand! My hand! You took my hand! Ah! The godly weapon! Snake that devours all spells," which was flicked away, directly spread out and finally fell to the ground. Wally's broken hand was still on the sword hilt. Good chance. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan's eyes widened and the demonic diagram was pushed out. Then, she saw a black shadow sneaking out from the ground. A black shadow suddenly appeared under the godly weapon, and then something directly pulled the godly weapon into the shadow. It suddenly returned to Nan Xiaonan's side. Powerful strength doesn't necessarily mean good. Practical things are good. Nan Xiaonan directly put away the demonic diagram and then fished out something from the black shadow. It was the snake that devours all spells of the 3 godly weapons. Let's go. With the godly weapon in hand, Nan Xiaonan held this big-boned sword and then lifted Jilian's collar with one hand and jumped into the sky. A black shadow flew over, and in an instant it successfully carried her and Jilian, flying into the distance. This series of actions was as smooth as flowing water, without any hesitation. When Jilian's brain processed this information, he heard Gong Sun Eunyoung's angry roar from behind. "Lady Nan, why do you seem to be very—" Ji Lian swallowed at this time and said hesitantly, "Very skilled." Nan Xiaonan's face darkened. If there was a reason for this, it would be because of the difficult period of time when she was a novice in the void and lived an ignoble existence. Don't talk so much nonsense. Take it. Nan Xiaonan directly stuffed the snake that devours all spells in her hand into Ji Lian's arms. Ji Lian took it in a panic. Then, Nan Xiaonan stared at Ji Lian at this time, and said, "Is there any reaction?" Ji Lian shook his head blankly. Nan Xiaonan asked again, something like a hint, or something like that. "Anything is fine. Is there any? Didn't you say that as long as you have 2 godly weapons at the same time, it will trigger their combination ability? You have 3 godly weapons in hand. Don't you have any reaction?" Ji Lian still shook his head blankly. "No." Nan Xiaonan bit her thumb at this time and quickly dodged her feet. "No. This is clearly what Mr. Luo said. If you have 2 godly weapons at the same time, there will be a new combination ability. There is no reason that when you have 3 godly weapons, there will be no reaction at all. Am I wrong? What's the matter? Is it because Ji Lian is not a servant? Give me all the weapons. Let me try." Ji Lian hesitated and finally listened to Nan Xiaonan's words and took out all 3 godly weapons. However, when the 3 godly weapons were in hand, Nan Xiaonan did not receive any prompt. Even the normal prompt of obtaining an item was not received. "How? How is it? Is there any change?" Ji Lian asked nervously. Nan Xiaonan shook her head and thought for a while. Nothing happened. "I guess it's because the will of chessboard directly manifested, which is a convenient source of information for servants. But it also stopped?" Then Nan Xiaonan turned around to take a look. She didn't know when, but a gloomy and frightening face had appeared behind the flying magical beast. It turned out that Gong Sun Ernyang had quietly caught up with them. She even stepped forward and stood directly on the back of the flying monster. Nan Xiaonan's throat swallowed subconsciously. Gong Sun Ernyang's eyes were fixed at this time, and she waved her hand, and a sword light slowly shot out from her fingertips. Wait a minute. Mo Sang's mother. Wait, let's talk." "There is nothing to talk about." Gong Sun Ernyang sneered and walked forward step by step. Nan Xiaonan was covered in cold sweat, and he quickly waved his hands and said quickly, "Mo Sang's mother. I thought about it later. In fact, it is not a big deal. You think about it. Mo Sang's father has been dead for so long, and you have been single for so long. You must be very lonely, right? There is no need to be angry with me. I think old Tang is actually not bad. Why don't you two make do with each other? And I help you two to be a matchmaker. I know. Old Tang is a guy who does not want to work hard. He must be very happy. Ha 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 ha. Once, twice. You humiliate me like this." Gong Sun Ernyang's face was extremely ugly. She raised her hand, and the sword light on her fingertips instantly became tens of meters long and fiercely slashed down. Nan Xiaonan was shocked, and he was running toward the flying monster. But right at this moment, a huge golden palm forcefully swatted over from the side. The speed was so fast that it was hard to imagine. Gong Sun Ernyang subconsciously turned around and only felt that she was hit by something in an instant, and then all the organs in her body were about to burst. Her body was directly slapped to the ground by this huge golden palm and directly crashed down, creating a huge crater. The flying monster hurriedly flapped its wings in fright and stopped. In front of it, there was a huge golden armored general. At this time, the flying monster's height was about the chest of this golden armored general. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously raised her head and looked at the huge face of this golden armored general and sighed. Ji Lian was looking at it in a daze. He felt as if this valiant and enormous golden armored military general was looking right at him. Only the golden armored military general's body was riddled with scars, and much of the golden armor on his body was shattered, as if he had experienced an unimaginably fierce battle. "King Amos. You're King Amos, right?" Nan Xiaonan suddenly quivered. "I know it's you. I also know that you can hear what I say. Listen We've been to the secret room under the weapon shop, and we also saw that sealed woman. Esmira." The golden armored general was motionless and just silently lowered his head and gazed. Nan Xiaonan gritted her teeth. "I guess Esmira must have a special relationship with Ji Lian. King Amos, you must have a special relationship with him too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have helped us just now." Total annihilation. Suddenly, King Amos's voice sounded in Ji Lian and Nan Xiaonan's ears at the same time. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously asked, "What? Total annihilation?" "Soul arrow." King Amos's voice was intermittent. "Only by shooting the soul arrow as long as it kills Mosin. As soul, it may not be effective." At this time, Nan Xiaonan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She muttered to herself, "In the game of beast chess, an elephant can eat an elephant, a lion, and a tiger, but the smallest mouse can eat an elephant. Tiny human, this is a tiny human. Tell me, what should I do?" The golden armored general stretched out his hand. The 3 godly weapons in Nan Xiaonan's hands instantly flew out and rushed to the golden armored general's palm. "I'll do it. I'll shoot this soul arrow." Speaking of which, when Gongsun Ernyang found out that Nan Xiaonan was using her to kill someone, and knew that Nan Xiaonan's real goal was the divine weapon in young Wali's hand, she instantly gave up on dealing with young Wali, who had his hand cut off again. She just waved her hand and shot out a sword light, nailing young Wali to the pillar, and then chased after Nan Xiaonan. Young Wali, who was nailed to the pillar, kept screaming miserably. The sword light not only nailed him to the pillar, but it also kept releasing some strange energy that kept cutting his body. This was an inhumane torture. Gongsun Ernyang didn't kill him immediately, but she didn't plan to let him go easily. The pain brought by the sword light was even more unbearable than death. Young Wali, who was nailed to the pillar, had tears in his eyes, water coming out of his nose, and saliva coming out of his mouth. "Master! Master!" Tina, the maid, rushed over in horror. Her hands directly pulled out the sword light that nailed the young man Wali. However, when Tina's hands grasped the sword light, her palms were cut by the sword light and started to bleed. The maid screamed and withdrew her hands instinctively. "Tina! Tina, help me, help me! I'm in pain!" "Master! Master!" The servant girl gritted her teeth and rushed forward again. She grabbed the sword light with both hands, but this time the sword chi was released again. The servant girl of the castle was cut by the sword chi, and she was covered in blood in an instant. She was spread out by the sword light and fell to the ground. "Tina, help me, help me! I can't stand it, I can't stand it!" "Master!" The maid struggled to get up again, but at this moment a hand pressed on Tina's shoulder and pressed her down. "You can't do this, Miss Tina." Tina raised her head and looked at the person who pressed her down, Dr. Gores, and it was Dr. Gores who pressed Tina down. However, there was another person beside Dr. Gores. He walked past Dr. Gores and walked towards the young Wali who was nailed to the stone pillar. It was Mr. Sneeve. How many times have I prayed for salvation in my nightmares, hoping to dream of such a scene. Mr. Sneeve walked to the young Wali. Finally, my prayer was answered. In the silence, a small, elf-like light and shadow was flying here. It flew around Mr. Sneeve for a while and then flew away. It seemed that no one noticed the existence of this small light and shadow until it suddenly flew to a certain place and stopped. It stopped on a shoulder, on Boss Luo's shoulder. At this moment, Araya in white was beside Luocho. "Why did you come here?" Araya in white was puzzled and looked up. After thinking for a while, he added, Bro? Probably. Boss Luo lowered his head and looked at the small light and shadow on his shoulder, saying softly, "It's hard to refuse some inner desires. This child has been following me since the beginning of the Roaring Forest." Chapter 1893. The little light shadow flew out from Boss Luo's shoulder again. It didn't go far, but flew back and forth around Boss Luo as if it was asking for help. Araya, in white clothes, looked at the little light shadow expressionlessly. It was a soul that didn't belong to the subworld it was in charge of, but because of the invasion of the chessboard, it had a special chance to transform here. In fact, Araya in white clothes didn't welcome this kind of foreign soul because it would cause chaos in the subworld. "Have you decided?" Boss Luo suddenly asked in a low voice. The light shadow stopped. It hovered in front of Boss Luo. Gradually, the light on its body became softer, and its appearance could be vaguely seen. It was a little elf. It was like a very, very small girl that could be described as cute. "I understand." Boss Luo nodded and then said indifferently, "But if you want to get the person out of the abyss, you need to let him strip off all the disguises and directly face the most profound ones. Is that okay?" "Maybe. That's not what he wants to face. If you do it again, it may be more painful." The little elf's body flashed. Boss Luo sighed slowly. He stretched out his hand and took the little elf into his palm. Then he looked at the people under the ruins. Interestingly, the people under the ruins belonged to the original people of Wally Castle. Dr. Gores, Mr. Sneeve, Tina, and Wally himself. Except for them, there were no outsiders, or except for these outsiders, there were no people who originally belonged to this world. Since all this started from the game of the chessboard. Boss Luo's voice sounded slowly, then let's end it from the game of the chessboard. He snapped his fingers lightly. "Gores, let me go." She didn't even call Dr. Gores respectfully. Instead, she called him by his name. Tina was struggling hard. Dr. Gores was nothing in front of the truly powerful professionals in the world of the chessboard, but his ability as a servant was far from Tina's. However, Miss Tina was seriously injured by the sword light's sword aura. Sometimes spiritual dependence is the most poisonous poison. Dr. Jurls said softly at this time, "That's a disease that even doctors can't cure. It's a disease that is difficult to cure. But look carefully, look carefully. The person you rely on is now walking towards the end that no one can save." "Let me go!" Tina roared at Dr. Gores fiercely. She even grabbed his arm and bit it. She bit his arm and stared at Dr. Gores. Without a doubt, this was a pain that needed to be avoided. However, at this time, Dr. Jurls acted as though the arm that was bitten by Dolly was not his own. He calmly looked at Tina's beast-like eyes. "No, no." Tina suddenly let go of Dr. Gores as if she was afraid of something. Her voice trembled. She shook her head and stepped back. "No, don't do this." She looked at Sneeve. Mr. Sneeve had already arrived in front of young Wally. He raised his weapon and held it tightly with both hands. "No!" She screamed. In the scream, young Wally, who was nailed to the ground and couldn't move, looked at the sharp blade falling toward him. He suddenly glowed with a trace of madness and roared, "Sneeve!" His voice was like that of a ferocious beast. Facing the young Wally's roar, Snake's raised blade suddenly froze. "Do you think that by killing me, you can erase what you have done? You can't. You can't ever." Young Wally laughed crazily. "I'll remember. Even if I die, even if my soul decays, as long as my spirit doesn't completely erase, I'll still remember that cowardly, despicable, and dirty hunter. That's right, you're that dirty. Do you think that by killing me, you can avenge your companions? No, you can't, because you are just a dirty, despicable soul, a scum who is only fit to live far, far away in a world that stinks like a sewer, humbly gasping for breath." The sharp blade in his hand fell from Sneeve's hands. He stood in front of young Wally with dim eyes, as if he had lost his soul. Dr. Gores opened his mouth, subconsciously. The maid Tina was very nervous at this time. She saw the sharp blade falling slowly. Clang! It fell to the ground, making such a sound. The instant the sound rang out, there seemed to be another sound that rang out at the same time. It sounded like someone had snapped their fingers. Clang! His arm accidentally knocked down the cup beside him. In front of the chessboard, The young hunter was looking at the broken glass on the ground helplessly. What happened, Sneeve? An intellectual and mature woman beside him frowned at this moment. It could be seen that this intellectual and mature woman's face was filled with nervousness at this moment. However, the young hunter didn't dare to look at this mature and gentle face. He lowered his head, as if he wanted to hide something in his eyes. Nothing. I'm fine, I was just careless. Lenny, what's the matter? A mature woman. As the only magician in the demon hunting team, she quickly responded, but her eyes were still fixed on the grid of the chessboard. Their demon hunting team was facing an extremely difficult and dangerous battle, the chessboard challenge from the owner of the castle. Their mental defense had been broken by the horror and strangeness of the chessboard. Now, every step they took was so frightening and careful. They were afraid that if they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Lenny, that day I actually... The young hunter seemed to be thinking of something. The mature and beautiful magician finally looked at him calmly. Sneeve, that's not something worth remembering, and I won't blame you for it. Remember, what we need to do now is to win this game. Focus. How about Gerald? Is he safe? If I have 2 more missions, I should be able to let Tashila and Gerald meet. At that time, it will be more convenient for them to communicate with each other. No problem, I'm here. The young hunter said quickly. Then he calmed down and focused on the chessboard game again. However, as long as he focused on the chessboard game, he would inevitably make eye contact with his opponents in this game. In addition to the owner of the castle, the demon hunting team's opponents were the family doctor of the castle, the strange twin maids, and a taciturn butler. Of course, there was also a group of tall and straight bodyguards surrounding the corridor on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, the young hunter met the eyes of the owner of the castle. The young hunter seemed to see a smile in the owner's eyes. He couldn't help but be startled. You're Sneeve, right? The voice rang in the young hunter's ears the moment they made eye contact. The young hunter was shocked. He subconsciously looked at Lenny beside him, but he found that Lenny didn't seem to hear anything. She was only paying attention to the chessboard game. Don't panic and don't make a fuss. I just want to talk to you alone, that's all. Of course, you can refuse. This was the voice of the owner of the castle. The young hunter frowned, but didn't have any excessive reaction. It seems that you're going to listen to me. What a smart guy. The young hunter stared at the owner of the castle, and for the first time, his eyes showed anger other than fear. I like your eyes, powerful and spirited. The young hunter opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He seemed to want to say, what do you want to do? Let's make a deal. As long as you agree, I promise you can get what you want, and even survive in this game. I won't kill you and I'll let you live. The young hunter couldn't help but widen his eyes. What do you think? What are the chances of winning? I've played this game so many times that I can't even count it. I'm familiar with the contents of each grid. I can even directly kill you at the beginning of the game. But that's too boring because my life has just begun. I need some fun to kill the boring time. It seems that you're hesitating. Then how about this? I'll not only let you go, but I'll also let the female magician go. I'll let both of you go. You like this female magician very much, right? Crush? Seems like it. Let me guess, to have a crush on an excellent woman. And this woman has an equally excellent lover. It must be very painful for you, right? This pain will even torment you, right? You may have thought that if she doesn't have this lover, you may have a chance. Oh, you say, will you hide outside this beautiful magician's door and eavesdrop on her movements? But she's enjoying the pleasure of her body with her lover? This will be even more painful for you. Will there be such a time? You might even steal her belongings, personal belongings, or even her clothes. What do you want to do? What you want to do is to do something lowly that can let you vent, for example. Use these clothes to violate her. The young hunter's expression gradually became awkward. He felt that the eyes of the owner of the castle peeled off his entire body, making it difficult for him to breathe. It seems that I've guessed correctly. Young hunter. The young hunter clenched his fists tightly at this time. So, you really don't want to consider my request. Is it that handsome swordsman? He will die in there. The lover of the woman you have a crush on will die in there. From now on, no one will stand between you and her. More importantly, you will be able to protect her life. The young hunter took a deep breath. He stared at the owner of the castle and didn't say anything. He just silently took the dice for throwing. This was his turn. We will definitely go and win this game, the young hunter said in a deep voice. This was his response. Well said. We will definitely win. The female magician, Lainey, nodded heavily at this time. She seemed to be infected by the fighting spirit of this little boy, and she also had a new fighting spirit. After all, he was just a kid. Even if he did that strange thing, it was just a moment of impulse. A teenager with excessive hormones would always do something like this. Maybe I should have a good talk with this kid after this. I've been avoiding this embarrassing thing before. What a comforting sight. The owner of the castle smiled at this time. He slowly picked up the cup filled with blood and saluted to the two masters of the demon hunting team. To the first loser. What? The young hunter was shocked. Toshra! The female magician shouted in horror at this time. In the chessboard, the card of the warrior of the demon hunting team who came to the chessboard as a servant suddenly burned and disappeared. How could it be? I dodged it. The female magician suddenly sat down on the ground. Toshra! I. At the same time, a bloody roulette slowly appeared above the chessboard. The young hunter looked at the blood-red roulette in horror and said, Lainey! Lainey! Run! I can't move. I can't move. The female magician couldn't help but say in horror. The young hunter desperately rushed forward and stood in front of Lainey. Even if I die, what I said just now is still valid. The owner of the ancient castle instantly interrupted the young hunter's words. He opened his arms and smiled. Make me happy. Please me as much as you want. Use your most despicable actions to please me, and I'll fulfill your wish and even let you go. What do you want me to do? The young hunter couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. Lainey looked at the back of the young hunter with horror, saying absent-mindedly, Sneeve, don't be bewitched by the demon. Don't. What do you want me to do? The young hunter roared. The owner of the castle raised his hands. Have a party. Entertain me with a despicable and filthy carnival. Let me see how filthy you really are. Young hunter, follow the most primitive desire in your heart and possess this woman. Now, this is the last chance. I'll only stop this roulette for a while before I change my mind or maybe the next moment. The young hunter subconsciously turned his head and looked at the helpless female magician sitting behind him. Don't. Sneeve, don't. You'll regret it. It's all a lie. Lainey, He turned around and looked down at the weak and pale mature woman. I've always... Lainey, I Sneeve. She shouted his name. He suddenly pounced on her and tore her clothes apart like a wild beast. Everything was so violent and crazy. Believe me. I just want to save you. Yes, I just want to save you. I really just want to save you. The female magician seemed to have lost her soul. She looked at the punishment roulette above her head blankly. Her body didn't seem to be her body anymore, even if it was suffering from some terrible things. Around them, several pairs of eyes were looking at the scene beside the chessboard. Some were interested, some were indifferent, and some were calm. Mr. Varley's bad taste is really, but speaking of which, this guy is quite rich. So boring, this woman didn't even resist? Master, do you need fresh blood grapes? It's almost lunchtime, I'll prepare it. Well, today is really a happy day. They were chatting casually, watching the demon hunter's last struggle. Chapter 1894. It was like a dream. Reality and illusion were intertwined. In the joy, in the pain, in the numbness, and also under the drive of instinct. This was really like a dream. If possible, he would rather wake up at this moment. It was a demonic stare that came from all around him. The young hunter was like an empty shell, paralyzed on the cold floor. Beside him, the female magician Lainey was like a broken mirror that was hit by all the nightmares. It was as if he could see her split body, her eyes, humiliation, grief, despair, and emptiness in her eyes. I suddenly found that it is not as interesting as I thought. The voice of the owner of the castle sounded again. It instantly provoked the young hunter's extremely fragile nerves. The young hunter subconsciously raised his head and met the indifferent and ruthless eyes of the owner of the castle. It was as if the owner was looking at an insignificant insect. Oh, it suddenly became interesting again. The owner of the castle suddenly showed a smile on his face. The young hunter seemed to have noticed something from the owner's playful eyes. He almost used up all his courage and suddenly turned his head. "Lainey, don't!" He screamed, "Don't!" At some point, the female magician sat up and raised a dagger in her hands. It was a dagger that she kept close to her body. Hearing the young hunter scream, the female magician glanced at him expressionlessly. In that moment, Lainey didn't hesitate and directly stabbed her own throat with the dagger she held high. "Don't!" Amidst a piercing scream, she directly fell to the ground, turning into a shattered mirror. The young hunter pitifully and fearfully crawled to the side of the female magician. Her face didn't even have a trace of pain. Her eyes were even calm. Even after death, she was so calm. She looked at him calmly, as if saying, "Please don't touch me again." Ah, ah, ah. The young hunter held his head with both hands. But at this time, the bloody roulette suddenly turned. A beam of bloody light directly shot to the female magician's lifeless body. The next moment, she disappeared from the chessboard. The young hunter knelt down on the ground in a daze. Beside the chessboard, the masters of the ancient castle were like dark mountains to him. They circled him, surrounded him so that he could advance or retreat, and looked at him mockingly, to see which of them was the ugliest of him. You promised me that you would let her go. You lied to me. You lied to me." In fact, I didn't even move. The owner of the castle indifferently said, "From the beginning to the end, I didn't move a step. She killed herself. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? I'll kill you." The young hunter desperately rushed to the owner of the castle. How could he be the opponent of the powerful vampire nobleman? The owner didn't even need the owner of the castle, the servant beside the owner. Only one blow, the young hunter. It was the family doctor in the castle who made the move. The young hunter fell on the ground and kept vomiting. The family doctor squatted beside the young hunter, squinting his eyes and smiling. "Don't do it. I'm very good at dismembering." The young hunter looked at the family doctor with a smile and fear. The family doctor. Dr. Gores gave him the dice for action at this time and said with a chuckle, "Come, congratulations on getting the qualification of survivor. Now let's end this game." The young hunter stared at the dice in his hand. His hand was trembling. "Sneeve, can you hear me? Sneeve, how are you doing outside? I've been here for a long time. Did something happen? Sneeve, can you hear what I'm saying? Something happened to me in the hometown of elves. I met a guard captain of the temple called..." That was the voice of the servant who partnered with the young hunter. But he gradually couldn't hear his servant's voice. He was afraid to hear his voice, afraid to hear the voice of Lenny's lover. What was Geralt saying? What did he want to say? Listen clearly, don't want to listen, don't want to listen, don't want to listen, and don't want to pay attention. Sneeve, say something. What happened in the end? Did something happen? Where is Lenny? Sneeve, answer me. Ah, so annoying. Sneeve, can you hear my voice? Sneeve. It's really annoying. The young hunter's hand was still trembling. In front of him, the family doctor was closer, whispering in his ear. "Mr. Varley promised to let you go. So you just need to let your servant team up with our servant, and you'll be safe. But I don't know if your servant will come out alive and know what happened." The young hunter's eyes suddenly shrank. Gerald's voice continued to ring in his ear. "In fact, there is a way to avoid this kind of thing. As long as your servant encounters some accidents and can't come out, as long as you let your servant go to the second grid in the upper left corner of the roaring forest, it won't exceed 6 action points. If you're lucky, you can even do it with 1 roll." The young hunter's hand trembled even more. The young hunter looked at them blankly, and he found that the people in the castle in front of him once again showed that kind of look. They exchanged a few words with each other. "Don't listen to him. Wait for your companion to come out alive. As long as you push all the blame on us, then you're just a victim. You don't even need to say anything. It's enough to make your companion full of hatred for us. It's already full of hatred. If it were me, I wouldn't leave this trouble. Friendship or something. Of course, your own life is more precious. Not to mention that you've already made such a despicable betrayal. It's just wishful thinking to beg for forgiveness. How can this be? Your intention is good. As long as you confess to your companion, he will definitely forgive you." It was like they were thinking about the young hunter. Their voices. The young hunter trembled, stretched out his hand little by little, and wanted to throw the die into the chessboard. He couldn't hear anything, let alone see those eyes that were looking at him. The die was a little closer to the chessboard. As long as he opened his palm, there would be a decisive roll. My name is Toshira. The work of carrying luggage will be handed over to you, newcomer. Why do you have to think of me at this time? Gerald, swordsman, welcome to our team. You're young, but I can see your courage in your eyes. Sneeve, this is the name I will remember for a lifetime. You heard it at this time. Laney, magician. By the way, your face is red, isn't it cute? You heard it again. Sneeve, are you okay? That was the voice of the deceased Laney, like a tide, gently rising in the young hunter's heart. At the moment when the ripples spread, the fingers that were about to let go suddenly clenched. The young hunter held the die in his hand tightly, but didn't throw it. He raised his head, staring at the owner of the castle with boundless anger and deadly realization. Demon, go to hell. Yes, I've given you a chance. The owner of the castle shook his head. He didn't even want to make a move. He just signaled to the maid beside him. One of the maids of the twins walked out. It was unknown whether it was the elder sister or the younger sister. She simply and easily pierced the young hunter's heart with her hand. He fell to the ground, his eyes gradually dimming. Vaguely, he saw a bloody roulette appear in front of him, and the smiling face of the maid who was licking the blood on her fingers. Many bloody arms came out from the roulette. At this moment, the young hunter exhausted the last bit of strength in his life, reaching out his hands, reaching out to them. I didn't throw it. I don't have it this time, he seemed to smile. Clang, clang. The sharp blade that fell to the ground slightly bounced after the first collision, and then hit the floor again, making a sound of its collision. As her voice rose and fell, the heavily injured made Tina suddenly open her mouth. In the midst of the disorientation, she said subconsciously, "What was that just now?" She found that Dr. Gores beside her also had the same expression at this moment. In the past, Dr. Gores shook his head. He was puzzled and even more inconceivable. Why at this time, suddenly? Wally. Mr. Sneeve's voice sounded again. It was so resolute, so sharp, and so firm. He picked up the sharp blade on the ground and lifted it up. See, Mr. Sneeve shouted at this time. I didn't do as you wish. You devil, did you see that? My choice. I didn't throw it. The raised sharp blade finally pierced into young Wally's heart. Young Wally also had a trace of confusion at this time. Mr. Sneeve instantly twisted the handle of the blade, and a strange distortion suddenly spread on young Wally's face. Young Wally's cheeks twitched, his eyes were looking at Sneeve's eyes. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to squeeze out some words from the depths of his throat, but in the end, no sound came out. There were only intermittent sounds, like the sound of a water pump not being able to produce water. I didn't kill my companion. Mr. Sneeve exerted force again, and the sharp blade pierced deeper into young Wally's body. This is really, really imperfect, and Young Wally's eyes dimmed little by little. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Like an extinguished wick extinguished. Master, puff. The frightened maid scratched her face with both hands and let out an ear-piercing scream. Suddenly, Tina rushed out with a weapon in her hand as if she had gone mad. Dr. Gores didn't stop her, but calmly watched all this happen until the weapon in Tina's hand pierced Sneeve's chest from his back. Chee! She pulled out the weapon and then pierced it again. Chee! She pulled out the weapon again and then pierced it again and again, until Mr. Sneeve finally fell in a pool of blood. Tina threw away the weapon in her hand and directly rushed to young Wally, shaking his body hard. The owner of the castle didn't give any response to his servant girl. He had no breath, no heartbeat, no life, just like a corpse. But his body was still nailed to the pillar by the sword light. It was like an execution pillar. She wanted to pull the sword light away, but dozens of terrible wounds were cut on her arms in an instant. Dr. Gores shook his head and walked to Tina in a flash. He lightly hit her from behind and directly knocked the servant girl unconscious. The doctor looked back at Mr. Sneeve in the pool of blood, frowning and muttered, "Although I don't know how the dream came about, I have to make a throw. Maybe it's the last and most insignificant redemption for the young hunter in the dream. Although it's just a dream. You can rest in peace, Sneeve." Dr. Gore said, but he felt something was approaching. But he didn't find anything when he looked around. He shook his head and directly carried Tina's body. He glanced at the young Wally for the last time and directly left without saying anything. A small light shadow flew from afar and stopped beside Mr. Sneeve. The small light shadow grew little by little and gradually turned into a human figure, a female figure. Within the hazy darkness, the only thing he could see was a glowing figure. It seemed to be the figure that he had dreamed of countless times, the figure and face that he had secretly watched countless times in his dreams. "Is that you, Lenny?" The female figure slowly approached the old and ugly body in the pool of blood. "Lenny, are you here to pick me up?" It quietly stood beside Mr. Snakel, silently looking at him. Suddenly, the female figure gradually split. It split into two more figures. 3 shimmering silhouettes with blurry faces stood beside the old hunter in the pool of blood. Tosiera and Gerald. The old hunter's face showed a trace of hope and relief. "You also came to pick me up." "That's great," the old hunter smiled, and that was the last bit of strength left in his life. He stretched out his hand with difficulty. The 3 shimmering figures also stretched out their hands to him at the same time. In the contact of hands, the old hunter only felt that his body became lighter. He seemed to be flying. They wrapped around him and took him to the sky little by little and took him away. He gradually became serene. "I finally see you again." He wanted to see his companions' faces clearly again. At the last moment of his life, he tried hard not to stop his thoughts at this moment. Finally, he succeeded in seeing the faces of the figures of light. They were indeed faces that he was familiar with. Tosiera looked at him expressionlessly. Gerald looked at him expressionlessly. Lenny looked at him expressionlessly. It was the same gaze when she killed herself, the same gaze. Looking at him, they all let go of their hands at the same time. "No, don't." The moment they let go, Sneeve only felt that his body fell rapidly. He fell from their hold, falling into the abyss. They looked at him expressionlessly. "No, don't give up on me. Don't give up on me. Don't give up on me." In a flash, he suddenly understood that they didn't want to take him away. They just wanted to throw him into this terrible abyss, from the beginning to the end. Legend has it that only the purest of the soul can see the forest elves. Then, have you seen the forest elves, Sneeve? I can't see. Not everyone. Boss Luo slowly opened his palm in the wind. A small light flew from afar and fell into his palm again. Is qualified to be redeemed. This is what you want. The small light was now in Boss Luo's palm, breaking little by little. When it peeled off all the outer shells, only a small remnant of starlight was left. Finally, the starlight turned into a small olive stone. What is this? Araya in white asked with a little curiosity. Boss Luo rubbed her head and said softly, It's something they think is worth keeping. The days of adventure are very interesting. Reward? Araya in white analyzed calmly. Boss Luo just smiled and said nothing. Chapter 1895. No one would care about what happened in this corner. Even if they knew what happened here, they wouldn't care. Because the world was going through the most terrible thing. A huge shadow completely covered the once prosperous King City. What is this world going through? She silently looked at the huge white ape's figure that covered the sky. Perhaps because it was too big, its originally white for now looked grayish-black. 1 step, 2 steps. She seemed to be walking toward somewhere very slowly. In front of her was a ruin. If she hadn't lived here for so many years and was familiar with everything here, she might not be able to find the way. An old man standing in a pool of blood stood in front of her. This old man's face was distorted. Even though he was no longer breathing, his eyes were still open. He opened his mouth wide as if he was trying to shout something before he died. This old man's arm stretched to the sky, but he couldn't catch anything. This was a very desperate way to die, probably. What is your world going through? She just glanced at it casually and then didn't pay attention to it. All her attention was on a half-broken pillar in front of her. Young Wally's body was still hanging on this half-broken pillar by the sword light. She silently came to young Wally, stretched out her hands, and cupped young Wally's face. Looking at this face with closed eyes and a trace of childishness, she smiled. Since you can't take me away from this world, then stay with me forever. She said softly. Her hands that were holding his cheeks suddenly exerted some strength as if she was opening a lid. She actually pulled young Wally's head out from his neck. Almost half of the spine had been pulled out. She held up the head with half of the spine, and her face revealed a joyful smile. She hugged the bloody head as if she was hugging a human. She hummed a song as if she was dancing in the flower field. Blood was dripping. A gentle ray of light wrapped around the flying devil and slowly sent it to the ground. At this time, the 3 godly weapons of the world had already entered the palms of the golden-armored general. This was a giant. If not for the sky-covering white ape Mo-Seng, the size of the golden-armored general was enough to cause people to feel awe at the sight of it. The flying monster was as small as a mouse under the golden-armored general's feet, shivering. You're going to shoot this soul arrow. Nan Xiaonan hurriedly shouted when she landed on the ground. This was different from what she had expected. If the existence of the 3 godly weapons was the last resistance left by the invading world, it was the last hope to fight against the chessboard. Then, according to convention, this soul arrow that represented the last hope and resistance should be shot out by the child of the world. In other words, she chose Jilian. How could it be King Amos? But the 3 godly weapons had fallen into the hands of King Amos. With her current ability and current conditions, she obviously couldn't take back the 3 godly weapons from King Amos. The golden-armored general didn't respond to Nan Xiaonan's words. It just stretched out its arm. Suddenly, a longbow that matched its size appeared out of thin air and was equipped on the golden-armored general's hand. This was the enlarged version of total annihilation. At the same time, 2 huge lights appeared beside the golden-armored general. They were 2 weapons. They were the enlarged Aurora's Aster and devouring 10,000 spell snake. the Golden Armor General, or King Amos, who had merged with it, reached out and grabbed the enlarged snake devourer of all spells. Using it as an arrow, he slowly placed it on the enlarged total annihilation. It took a step forward and its whole body sank down. Then it suddenly exerted force and pulled the total annihilation open, pointing the sword at the sky, the white ape that covered the sky. It really pulled it open. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but open her mouth. She seemed to be puzzled, but more than that, she was in disbelief. But why didn't I react? And Jillian also. But the Golden Armor General who pulled the bow didn't say anything, and Nan Xiaonan was also full of doubts. However, when the Golden Armor General pulled the bowstring of total annihilation, it seemed to be extremely strenuous. It could only pull it open bit by bit. It was like a long process. Lady Nan, you just said, I have a special relationship with him. Jillian stared blankly at the Golden Armor General who was bending over and pulling the bow, and asked subconsciously, What kind of relationship is it? I don't know, I'm just guessing. Nan Xiaonan said quickly, but there are still some details that I haven't completely understood, because the time doesn't match. Time? How old are you this year? Nan Xiaonan asked directly. Almost 18. I still have half a year, Jillian answered subconsciously. That's it. Lady Nan nodded. I speculate, or rather, many facts are supporting one thing. The woman hidden in the crystal pillar under the weapon shop, Esmira, is very likely your mother. But, logically speaking, she should have passed away 20 years ago. And I heard that when she passed away, she was already pregnant with a child. That's why I said that the time doesn't match. She's my mother? I can only say that it's possible, very possible. Nan Xiaonan shook her head, but there is indeed a split in the time. Jillian is indeed Esmira's child. At this moment a sigh was heard. It was the voice of Sacred Swordsman Rivero. From afar, Sacred Swordsman Rivero's figure appeared in front of Jillian and Nan Xiaonan along with his voice. That's because Esmira didn't die immediately after being pushed into the abyss by Queen Hilda. Every descendant of our Highland royal family will form a contract with a natal monster when they are born. Esmira's monster sacrificed itself in the end and froze Esmira in a half-dead state. It's you, Lord Rivero. Jillian looked at the sacred swordsman in surprise, who disappeared after throwing him a sword soul beast. It was also this sacred swordsman who carried him back to the weapon shop from the broken sword tomb at the bottom of the lake. In other words, the secret treasure that Max stole from the Dragon Clan was indeed the crystallized Esmira. Nan Xiaonan slapped her forehead. Then what about Jillian? Sacred Swordsman Rivero sighed. After Max risked his life to bring Esmira out, we tried many methods, but still couldn't save her and the child in her belly. But in the end, Esmira was willing to give up her last chance to live and share it with this child. 3 years after Max escaped from the Dragon Clan, this child was born. That child is you, Jillian. Jillian was stunned. Rivero looked at him and said seriously, Listen, I don't know how long it will take for you to accept all this. This is supposed to be something that you can accept and understand bit by bit. But our world is facing the most terrible crisis. One wrong step and we may not have a tomorrow, so I can only tell you all this directly. There's no step-by-step and no pre-rehearsal. This world is undergoing changes that no one can react to, and everything is in chaos. You can't even find something that can make you feel at ease in this terrible situation. Jillian, Sacred Swordsman said in a deep voice, Listen, your mother was once the princess of the kingdom of Cadiz and the saintess of the Highlanders, and your father is now King Amos of the kingdom of Elnis. You have the blood of the Highlanders and the Guardians flowing in your body. Guardians? Nan Xiaonan frowned subconsciously. Sacred Swordsman said calmly, Otherwise, why is it King Amos and not other kings? Why is it that only the royal bloodline of this country can start the summoning ritual? Because from the beginning this is the chosen race. At this moment, two more figures arrived. They were slower than Rivero. They were peace between man and nature, and Tianyin Xan. So, you're not only a descendant of the Highlanders. Peace between man and nature looked at Jillian with a complicated expression, but you're also my aunt's child. It's drawn! Nan Xiaonan cried out nervously. He really drew. Total annihilation. The giant total annihilation in the golden-armored general's hand was fully drawn. A huge gray vortex started to gather at the tip of the giant total annihilation serpent. It expanded. As it expanded, the small vortex eventually turned into a nebula. The first arrow, devouring arrow. With a loud cry, the golden-armored general released the bowstring in his hand. Yang Jian dash! The furious and heaven-like voice even covered the thunderbolts flashing in the endless demon clouds. It was Mo Sang's voice, Yuan Hong's voice. Perhaps it wasn't as furious as the voice sounded, but its huge body amplified its voice. Even if it wasn't furious, its earth-shaking voice sounded like the wrath of the heavens. Supported by a gentle light, Tang Tianlin floated above the red, demonic cloud. Under the clear blue sky, without the cover of the demonic cloud, Tang Tianlin was like a small boat in the vast sea. You've lost your physical body and only have your primordial spirit left. The new artifact spirit of the Mountain River map is under my control. How can you fight with me? The Mountain River map belongs to Empress Hua. Tang Tianlin's voice sounded slowly. Yuan Hong, you stole Empress Hua's item. Aren't you afraid that she will wake up from her slumber in the River of Time? Don't try to scare me. The sect master of the Jie sect has his ways. If I can successfully take away the Mountain River map, it will be a great achievement. The huge white ape standing on the ground slapped down with its palm. For Tang Tianlin, who was only moving around as Tang Tianlin, there was no way he could dodge the palm that was as big as a mountain range. Facing such a terrifying attack, Tang Tianlin waved his hand, and 9 small stone fragments flew out from his left palm. These fragments were all taken from Gong Sun Ernyang, and 2 of them were taken from the young man by Gong Sun Ernyang. Less than 1/10 of it? Tang Tianlin frowned, looking like a housewife who couldn't cook without rice. He looked up and saw the huge palm slapping down, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. The 3 golden eyes on his forehead shone brightly. With a sudden wave of his hand, Tang Tianlin slapped away the 9 stone fragments in front of him. Mountain River Lock. The 9 stone fragments that were sent flying instantly turned into 9 flashes of light and rushed into the sky. At the same time, the surroundings of each fragment began to distort. 1 golden chain after another emerged from the 9 stone fragments. The so-called Mountain River Lock was currently manifesting at an extreme speed. They were like spirit snakes coiling around the gigantic white ape's palm at the same time. Tight. This incomparably huge palm slammed down and instantly disrupted the continuous red demonic clouds. However, before the demonic clouds could disperse, the palm was forcibly stopped by the chains of the mountain and river lock. Yang Jian, is this all you've got? But the voice of Mo's Yuan Hong sounded again like the might of the heavens. In an instant, the blue sky thundered. The hand that was bound by the lock of mountains and rivers struggled hard and broke the 9 metal chains in an instant. Tang Tianlin frowned. It seemed that he didn't have a good way to deal with the huge palm at this time. Seeing that the huge palm was about to fall, Tang Tianlin's body would probably be smashed into pieces under the impact. Yang Jian, who was hiding in Tang Tianlin's body, couldn't help but think of avoiding the attack. It wasn't a shameful thing. He should retreat when it was time to retreat. It had always been like this in wars. He was a general in the War of Gods. However, at the moment when Yang Jian thought of retreating temporarily, he saw a gray light with a vortex like a galaxy rushing straight from the ground. The sudden appearance of the light directly shot through the huge palm that was falling down. When the gray light shot through the huge palm of Mosin Yuanhong, something strange happened. The huge palm, which was as big as a mountain range, directly collapsed under the light. It was like gently hitting a rock that had been weathered for thousands of years. In an instant, not only the palm, but half of the white ape's arm also collapsed completely. Tang Tianlin felt like he was in the middle of a storm of falling rocks. Above it, there was the angry roar of Mosin Yuanhong, who had half of his arm shot off. Seeing this, Tang Tianlin instantly wiped his finger on the third golden eye on his forehead, and then stared at the ground under the demon cloud. His sight penetrated layer by layer and pulled closer. Finally, it fell on the golden general. A rare smile appeared on Tang Tianlin's face. My hard work was not in vain. I helped you to fully control this yellow-turbaned strongman made by Kunlun. I just don't know how long you can hold on. You don't know what death is. Mo's Yuanhong, who sounded like he was about to lose his temper, angrily slapped out with his other hand. This slap was aimed at the ground. Yuanhong, didn't you want me to be your opponent? Seeing this, Tang Tianlin, who originally wanted to retreat, summoned the lock of mountains and rivers again. It's not over yet. The lock of mountains and rivers directly wrapped around the white ape's other arm. Not only that, but Tang Tianlin also burst out with a monstrous fighting spirit at this moment. Perhaps in terms of absolute power, the true lord relying on Tang Tianlin's body was completely incomparable to Mo's Yuanhong at this time. However, in terms of pure will, they were actually competing with each other, not giving way to each other. Yang Jian! Yuanhong's angry voice sounded again. However, at this time on the ground, the golden-armored general had already grabbed the enlarged aster of Aurora and placed it on the bowstring as an arrow. King Amos pulled the bowstring again, bright like fireworks. The sharp arrow formed by the snake that devours all spells directly exploded after piercing through the white ape's palm. The chessboard game. The chessboard is indeed like a chessboard. I'm more willing to narrowly call it the chessboard instead of the mountain and rivers diagram. Every single person on the chessboard had a fixed role to play. Only when all of them were united could they decide the final outcome of the game. When the chess pieces are counted in the end, they can either lose all or win by half. Waves of light shone on the faces of Boss Luo and White Araya. At this time, Boss Luo said in a calm voice, when the new and old wills of the chessboard collide with each other and compete for the control of the chessboard, resulting in a vacuum in the control of this subworld, it's time for you to regain control of this subworld. Can you seize the opportunity? I'm calculating. White Araya's eyes flashed. Boss Luo smiled faintly and rubbed White Araya's little head, saying softly, "Do your best. If you succeed, I'll treat you to candy." He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. White Araya only felt that his super-fast calculation was almost messed up because of Boss Luo's words. Chapter 1896. The nebula-like vortex once again appeared before the total annihilation, pulled by the golden-armored general, and this time it was the Aurora's aster that was about to be shot out as an arrow. It was effective. The snake that devours all spells that was shot out was indeed effective. The white ape's body that was countless times larger than a mountain actually had half of its arm shot off. This was an arrow that was comparable to the power of the world's limit. Back then, how were these three divine weapons forged? Seeing this, even though Nan Xiaonan was experienced and knowledgeable, she could not help but marvel at the craftsman who forged these three divine weapons. It seemed to be the first owner of Locke's weapon shop, the ancestor of her late father. Mac's legend has it that the three divine weapons were forged by the legendary craftsman back then, using the bodies of three gods that perished during the Golden Age as raw materials. Sword Saint Li Yuluo said in a deep voice, "Instead of saying that the three divine weapons have the power to destroy dragons, it would be more accurate to say that it is because of the resentment of the gods attached to the divine weapons towards the dragons that rebelled during the Golden Age that they have such a high damage attribute to the dragons. But in the end, it is still the power of the gods. The so-called gods of this world. Nan Xiaonan nodded as if she suddenly understood. No wonder it has such a degree of power. But why can't I pull it? However, this degree of power could only be released once. The snake that devours all spells had already exploded after it was shot out, probably completely exhausting all of its hidden power. What's wrong with him? At this moment, Ji Lian's voice sounded among the crowd. Everyone subconsciously looked up, only to see that the golden armored general who was in the midst of activating 10-direction total annihilation, for the second time, didn't seem to be affected. Even the second 10-direction total annihilation was about to be fully activated, and Aurora's Aster was about to be shot out. However, soon, many cracks suddenly appeared on the golden armored general's body. Its legs were even suddenly bent down, and it had to kneel on one knee. The total annihilation was now constantly trembling in the golden-armored general's hand. It seemed to be unable to completely stabilize the apocalypse that was about to be unleashed. Nan Xiaonan looked at Ji Lian in surprise, then frowned and speculated. King Amos doesn't seem to be able to completely suppress the power of the second arrow. Or rather, the first arrow is his limit. How could this be? Ji Lian couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. If the second arrow couldn't be completed, a sense of despair began to appear in everyone's hearts. But at this moment, the frown on peace between man and nature suddenly relaxed. In this silence, his voice rang out very loudly. "What is that?" Nan Xiaonan looked in the direction that peace between man and nature was pointing at. After being stunned for a moment, she said, "That's Fat Pig Carol? F***CK. You don't know better than me, you useless princess." Peace between man and nature took a deep breath and said seriously, since she is the descendant of King Amos, then she is no longer a useless princess. With that, peace between man and nature flashed and walked to the unconscious Princess Carol. He grabbed the useless princess's collar with one hand and then threw her over with great force. "What are you planning to do?" Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but frown, but she seemed to have thought of something. Peace between man and nature didn't answer. Instead, he quickly returned and looked directly at sacred swordsman Liu Luo. He said directly, "Teacher, Princess Carol, do you have any other uses?" Sacred swordsman frowned. "At first, we discussed with Yamos that after all this is over, Ji Lian will appear as the champion of this competition. He will officially become one of the heirs of this country through marriage with Carol. Of course, the marriage is just a pretense. Yamos will probably imprison Princess Carol until she dies. However, all of this happened too quickly, and it completely disrupted our previous arrangements. Now that it has come to this, it is no longer something that any of us could have predicted beforehand." Peace between man and nature subconsciously looked at Ji Lian. Nan Xiaonan also looked at Ji Lian with a strange gaze. Only Ji Lian was at a loss. Just as sacred swordsman Liu Luo said, at this terrible moment, everything would be peeled away from him and he wouldn't have any time to react. He could only passively accept these things that were originally very far away from him. In the end, you let your real child become the king of the world. Peace between man and nature shook his head and looked sideways at Ji Lian. He sneered and said, "You guys, it seems that you have never asked for the child's opinion before deciding his future." "He is the child of Yamos and Esmira," Sacred Swordsman said in a low voice. He was born unable to avoid these things. Peace between man and nature snorted. "It is precisely because he is my aunt's child. Otherwise, forget it. I don't want to discuss these issues. This world is about to be gone, so the so-called kingdom is no longer important. In that case, I will use this useless princess now." With that, peace between man and nature directly lifted Princess Carol and jumped directly into the Kingdom Guardian's awakening ritual array. He directly pulled Princess Carol's arm and cut her wrist without saying a word. You want to? In an instant, Nan Xiaonan understood peace between man and nature's plan. Since summoning the Kingdom Guardian requires the bloodline of the kingdom. Since one bloodline is not enough, let's use two. Peace between man and nature said in a low voice, "There is nothing that cannot be solved with two bloodlines." But this is just a guess, right? Nan Xiaonan could not help but ask in surprise. What if the summoning is only a one-time use and cannot be stacked? The world is about to be gone, so we have to try everything. Peace between man and nature said indifferently, "If it doesn't work, we will think of other ways. This is the only way I can think of to use this princess, and it seems that my luck is not bad." Blood. The princess blood flowed into the formation and was instantly absorbed by the formation runes. With a large amount of blood flowing in, the entire ritual array seemed to be activated again. A beam of light shot out from the array and directly entered the body of the golden-armored general. As if it had obtained a new life, its collapsed body instantly solidified. With the support of the new life, the golden-armored general stood up again. With a roar, the total annihilation activated, and the second arrow was instantly pointed to the sky. Climb, climb, climb like a rocket. The huge white ape, whose movements were restricted by the mountain river lock, twisted its body under the rapidly climbing light. But how huge was its body? The second arrow could probably hit it, even if it was shot blindly. The nebula-like vortex directly pierced through the huge white ape's entire shoulder. The power of the arrow shot by the total annihilation, combined with the total annihilation, had been tested by Boss Luo once in front of people. And that was when the total annihilation did not explode. Now, just like the serpent that devours all spells, the total annihilation also released all the hidden power at once without reservation. This is still not enough to kill me. The voice came from the sky, and under the impact of the sound waves, a huge sandstorm blew up on the ground. Not enough. With the white ape's roar, its shoulder that was shot by the second arrow directly split into thousands of figures the moment it fell. Each of them was a 3-meter-tall white stone ape with a violent expression. These white stone apes held stone sticks in their hands, and like heavenly soldiers, they directly attacked from the sky. Seeing this, Tang Tianlin, who was controlling the Three-River Lock to imprison Mo Yuanhong, couldn't help but snort coldly. They really come from the same species. You have learned all the tricks of that annoying monkey. Yang Jian, how long can you imprison me? At this time, Mo's Yuanhong violently twisted his body, and the mountain river lock was stretched to the limit in an instant. Tang Tianlin didn't move at this time, but the third golden eye on his forehead flashed from time to time. At this time, Tang Tianlin's consciousness suddenly sank into the depths of his mind, and he actually communicated with the real Tang Tianlin. Are you really the legendary Yang Jian? Erling Shin? Listen, I can't tell you too much in detail now, but if you want to live, you have to listen to what I'm going to say next clearly. Okay, go ahead. Your body is too weak. Even though I helped you devour the power of the evil Dragon Empress, it only allowed me to barely use one attack. I only have the power for one attack. After one attack, my soul will need to sleep for a while. One attack! As long as the time is right, one attack is enough to decide the outcome. Pay attention, listen carefully. Okay. Facing the large number of white stone apes rushing down from the sky, Nan Xiaonan suddenly opened her eyes wide. Damn, isn't this the explosive attack? She was familiar with it. This was a move she often used. Explosive attack to sweep the world. As long as her star creation world could be opened. Explosive attack is against the rules. Nan Xiaonan gritted her teeth and opened the demonic diagram with a face full of misfortune. She didn't know if the dozens of high-level monsters hidden inside were enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the white stone apes, but she couldn't make the golden-armored general stop at this time. In a split second, dozens of high-level monsters appeared from the demonic diagram, and then rushed toward the large number of white stone apes. However, it was just as Nan Xiaonan had imagined. An army of several tens of high-level devil beasts was indeed impressive. However, when faced with the white jade stone apes that outnumbered them by several tens, hundreds, or even hundreds of times, the devil beasts were really not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. In a face-to-face confrontation, the monsters sealed in the demonic diagram were instantly drowned, and none of them could escape. Looks like it's really afraid of the arrows shot out by total annihilation. Sword Saint Li Yilo's body was glowing with a golden aura. Legend has it that total annihilation can shoot out an arrow that destroys the soul. This should be what it's most afraid of. Since that's the case, there's no reason for this old man to just watch the battle. The kingdom's sword saint rushed toward the horizon with his sword in hand. That golden aura was his burning radiance. The sword saint slashed with his sword, and the sword light instantly cut open a gap in the white stone ape army. He charged in with his sword, blocking 1,000 soldiers by himself. "Teacher, let me help you." Peace between man and nature took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, a small purple sword instantly flew out and wrapped around his body. Under the purple light, peace between man and nature instantly soared into the sky. Before flying, he didn't forget to control the small purple sword and cut a few more wounds on Princess Carol's body that exposed her bones. Teacher and student worked together to kill their way in and out of the white stone ape army. It was just that these white stone apes were created by Mo Xin Yuan Hong's magical ability. Although each of them didn't have the powerful strength of an ape, they could still inherit their fighting experience. Their stone staves were truly exquisite and peerless stave techniques. The stone ape army finally surrounded the golden-armored general. They were like worker ants waiting to share their prey, densely packed. Nan Xiaonan retreated step by step, and there was almost no way to retreat. She subconsciously raised her head and saw that the golden-armored general had already drawn the total annihilation for the third time. But this time there was no divine weapon as an arrow, only a gray light arrow slowly formed on the bowstring. This time it was unusually slow. Why didn't he directly shoot the soul arrow with the first arrow? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but feel greatly puzzled, because the total annihilation needs to be charged. When the first 2 arrows detonated the 2 divine weapons, it also absorbed the power of the 2 divine weapons. Only in this way can the third soul arrow be created. "Mr. Luo." Nan Xiaonan instantly turned her head, overjoyed. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. "You finally showed up." "I didn't leave for long, either." Boss Luo looked at her and smiled casually. After saying this, he didn't pay attention to Nan Xiaonan's resentful gaze. Luoqiu looked at Ji Lian. The current Ji Lian seemed to be at a loss of what to do. "Don't you plan to do something?" Ji Lian opened her mouth in fear, but didn't know what to say. Boss Luo suddenly said. One day a young man was walking on the street. At this time, a car that had lost control rushed towards him, and on the road of this car there was also a scared child. Ji Lian couldn't help but stare blankly at this time. Boss Luo continued. For this young man, all of this happened very suddenly. He didn't even think that this kind of thing would happen in front of him. There was no rehearsal, and no one told him what to do. For him, this was a completely unexpected thing. He didn't have time to think about anything, but his body surpassed his thinking. Then he rushed out. Did he save that child? Ji Lian subconsciously asked. Do you want me to tell you yes or no? Boss Luo asked her back. If yes, will it give you the power of hope? If no, will it make you lose something? Boss Luo suddenly smiled and pointed at the army of white jade stone apes behind the army. There was a huge white ape standing between the sky and the earth. You see, doesn't this look like an adventure, an earth-shattering adventure? a great adventure that can move the hearts of those who aspire to become great adventurers. As soon as Ji Lian opened his mouth, he could not help but follow along and subconsciously said, "Then are there also a few good equipment, and if you buy 3 of them, you'll get free maintenance for the whole year, and if you buy 5 of them, you'll get 1 more chance at the lottery?" Boss Luo looked at him and suddenly said, "If it were you, would you save that child in the middle of the road?" He didn't answer, but clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. Ji Lian waved his hand, and a small green sword instantly rushed out from the blood-red mark. Boss Luo smiled and waved his hand. A white light instantly covered Ji Lian's body. Under this white light, Ji Lian felt a large amount of energy surging out of his body. He immediately grabbed the small cyan sword. With a thought, the small cyan sword led his body and directly charged into the white jade stone ape army. It couldn't be said that he was invincible, but he was not weak either. "Mr. Luo, is this the way you usually kidnap young people?" Nan Xiaonan had moved to Boss Luo's side, mainly because it was safe here and it could provide the most secure place for her. "By the way, Lady Nan, I have some extra equipment here. Do you want it?" Boss Luo smiled and shook a small bag, shaking out a pile of strange things in front of Nan Xiaonan. Nan Xiaonan squinted her eyes. She didn't want to fight. How safe was it to stay here? But she still bent down to pick up the equipment, excitedly. "Mr. Luo, I thought you didn't want to fight. I'm also a follower." Boss Luo said indifferently at this time, "I'm still participating in this game. What I gave Ji Lian was just one of the abilities of the Holy Light Priest class." After that, Boss Luo directly pulled out the magnificent sword bought from the weapon booth under the bridge in King City and chuckled. "It's okay to fight small monsters." He waved the sword. Thousands of sword lights went straight to the sea of white jade stone apes. Behind Boss Luo, it was like opening a sword-light treasury. "Oh, fight small monsters." Nan Xiaonan rolled her eyes and then looked at the pile of equipment on the ground. She suddenly saw a dagger among them. "Hey, isn't this Goddess Promise Blade?" Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath, picked up the goddess's blade on the ground, and raised it. "Oh, I feel it. I feel it. My whole body seems to be full of power. It's fake." In fact, there was no reaction at all. Chapter 1897. But the Prima blade was real, so Nan Xiaonan picked it up without hesitation. Not for any other reason, but because she recognized this item among the pile of weapons and equipment. "Okay, Mr. Luo, let me help you." Holding the goddess blade in her hand, Nan Xiaonan shouted loudly. But when Nan Xiaonan raised the goddess blade in her hand again, she saw that the white jade stone ape army in front of her had been cleared out. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but blink. What she saw was clearly the scene of the cheater who refused to admit that he had cheated, waving his hand and beating up the so-called little monsters. "It seems that you don't really need me? How can that be? I saved Lady Nan's share." "Oh," Nan Xiaonan frowned. Following Mr. Luo's instructions, she subconsciously turned around and instantly saw a big guy that was more than 10 times the size of the other white jade stone apes. At this moment, it was swinging a stone pillar and shouting at her. Nan Xiaonan glanced at Boss Luo. "Is he human?" Boss Luo smiled and waved his hand. Nan Xiaonan instantly had the same treatment as Ji Lian just now. After bathing in a holy white light, her physical strength began to skyrocket. At one point, she even felt that her body was about to burst open. With this seemingly inexhaustible energy, it wouldn't be difficult for her to sit on the ground and absorb dirt. "Wah, wah, wah." Nan Xiaonan's face was flushed, and her forehead seemed to be emitting steam. She immediately rushed towards the big guy that was more than 10 times the size of the other white jade stone apes. "I feel my whole body is filled with energy. This time it's real." "Wah." Boss Luo was just standing in the same place. The big sword in his hand that he bought from a street stall in King City was waved from time to time. The The dense sword light was like a treasure being taken out of a vault, but the firepower was more concentrated than any artillery in the world. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in Boss Luo's ears. It was King Amos' voice. "Should I be grateful to you, or should I hate you? Your Majesty, as you wish." Boss Luo looked very casual. Silence. The legendary king's voice rang again. "You've done what you promised me, and I should indeed thank you for returning the 3 divine weapons. Although you borrowed total annihilation, Aster of Aurora, had indeed been lost before you came, and Serpent that devours all spells is no longer in our hands. It's just that I don't want Ji Lian to be involved in this matter. You gave the 3 godly weapons to him. This is why I should hate you." Boss Luo remained unmoved and waved the gorgeous sword in his hand from time to time. This hatred isn't as a king, as a father's father. This is something that I should have personally handed to him. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it, and I can't do it. Hating you is the same as hating myself, an incomparably failed father. Apocalypse continued to be activated. However, the wound on Princess Carol's body that was cut by the peace between man and nature was no longer bleeding. It wasn't because this useless princess inherited part of the continent's dragon bloodline's self-healing ability, but because the blood in her body had already flowed out. The golden-armored general's body began to collapse again when facing the apocalypse that was already filled with divine power. But it was still holding on. The last soul arrow gradually solidified. Boss Luo suddenly stopped and put the sword in his hand back into the scabbard. There were no more white jade stone apes in the area he was guarding. But Nan Xiaonan was still fighting with that big guy. Sword Saintly Yellow led the peace between man and nature and was still fighting fiercely, struggling to hold on. G. Amos was full of hot blood, but he was still a beginner. He couldn't control the power of the small green sword well. Although he was rampaging among the white jade stone apes, he was like a blind fly. But at this moment, Mo's Yuan Hong was struggling crazily. He forcibly dragged Tang Tianlin, that was trapping him with Mountain River Lock. The huge white ape that towered into the sky directly raised its foot. It intended to crush everything on the ground with its foot that was the size of the entire king city. This black shadow that was enough to crush everything made the entire king's city fall into darkness. Luocho glanced at it and opened his palm in front of him. Shards of stone flew out of his pocket one after another. 2 pieces for pieces, 10 pieces, more pieces, except for 2 pieces that came from Nan Xiaonan. The other pieces came from the elf lady in the Home of Elves, the second day's Mayfair. Since it's rare for me to come here as a game participant. Boss Luo smiled. I should do something that a game participant should do. Besides, I'm just using the items that I got here. It has nothing to do with integrity, right? Pieces of stone fragments gathered around Boss Luo at this time like a star ring. Then, under his wave, this circle of stone fragments instantly faced the huge foot of the huge white ape. Actually, no one wanted to be hit by this huge foot. Luocho thought that he should be no exception. The halo-like stone fragments scattered in an instant. They turned into countless rays of light and instantly wrapped around the gigantic white ape's body. For Yuan Hong, this was a kick filled with power. Once the Yamo's king, who had transformed into a golden-armored general, was dead, he would have no more worries. He only needed time to slowly grind away at Yang Jian's true spirit and divine soul. Who could resist the terrifying foot of this world-destroying white ape? It was not even as difficult as stepping on an ant on the ground. Since the middle of the God-Sealing War, when he was trapped by Yang Jian, who held Emperor Envoi's most precious treasure, Mountain River Diagram, this general of the Jie school had been thinking about how to escape. However, this was Emperor Envoi's most precious treasure after all, and Yang Jian's strength was on par with him. Yuan Hong couldn't calculate how long he had been sealed in the Mountain River Diagram, However, he was born as one of the spiritual monkeys with a special background. Even the refining power inside the mountain river diagram couldn't destroy his true spirit. However, he couldn't find a chance to get out of the situation more than once, which made Yuan Hong disheartened. But he never thought that Yang Jian, who controlled the mountain river diagram, would suddenly lose his physical body, and even his divine soul would be seriously injured. Here came the chance. This was a real chance. As long as he stomped down, everything would be fixed. But who's blocking me? A furious voice sounded. Facing the flashing light, Mo's Yuan Hong's face changed instantly, and he became angry. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't really stomp down. How could there be so many? In the sky, Tang Tianlin was also full of surprise. Few things could surprise this fierce general who had once dominated the God-sealing war in the void. The void he had traveled and the dimensions he had explored were much more than that of a female demon from another world who had been moving forward. Was it strange? That was the real Tang Tianlin's voice. At this time, he was communicating with Yang Jian, who was controlling his body, from the depths of his consciousness. If someone can collect more fragments, I won't be too surprised. After all, as long as one is willing to spend time, there's a high probability that he can do it. Tang Tianlin shook his head at this time. What really surprises me is that the person behind these core fragments can really drive the power of the mountain river diagram. I don't quite understand. Doesn't he have special privileges after getting these fragments? Just like the giant created by Wally using the fragments before. That's just the ability given by the fragments. It's not the power that the owner should have by actively controlling the fragments. The two can't be mentioned in the same breath. Tang Tianlin said in a deep voice, "The mountain river diagram is the most precious treasure of Empress Enviwa of the human clan. I was also given by Empress Enviwa, so I can control part of the power of the mountain river diagram. But I still haven't fully released the full power of the mountain river diagram." You mean someone can control these fragments almost as much as you can? What do you mean? The real Tang Tianlin's voice was shocked. I don't know. Tang Tianlin. Yang Jian directly said at this time, I've been sleeping for too long. I can't know what happened to the mountain river diagram until the core spirit is reassembled. Even so, Tang Tianlin could still feel a trace of irritation in this Erlang immortal's words. I seem to have a skill that can directly see the whole situation. The real Tang Tianlin suddenly said in his mind. Yang Jian was stunned and said subconsciously, What did you say? Skill. Don't you understand? Skill. Open the skill panel in my mind. Yes, the third row on the left. Do you see it? Why are you so stupid? Not this. Noisy. I don't need you to teach me. With a cold snort, the real old Tang, in his mind, had to be silent. At this time, Yang Jian quickly found the trick and opened the servant skill. A mirror-like light screen quickly opened in front of him, and he quickly adjusted his field of vision. Humph! It's just a small trick like the dazzling light mirror. The old Tang, in his mind, still didn't say anything and just silently watched the result of the skill observation. After the adjustment, a figure slowly appeared on the mirror at this time. Isn't this? Do you know this person? Yang Jian instantly moved his mind. This is the same as me, one of the servants who entered the chessboard this time, and he seems to be the child of an old friend of mine. The child of an old friend. Yang Jian at this time. But at this time he said in a deep voice, no matter what kind of relationship he has with you, at this time, the one who is controlling the core spirit fragment to seal Yuan Hong is indeed this person. If there is a chance, he seemed to want to say something. Old Tang felt that Yang Jian at this time should have a plan in his mind at this time. However, at this time, Yang Jian's words suddenly stopped at this time. The special mirror in front of him that was condensed by the servant's function in front of him was suddenly broken at this time. After breaking, the broken fragments burst out and instantly fell on Tang Tianlin's body. The burst of those fragments was not powerful, and it didn't hurt or itch, but it was more like a kind of warning. Did he just look at us and smile at us? Old Tang in the sea of consciousness asked hesitantly at this time with an unconfident voice at this time. Say something, will you? Erlang Shin? What's wrong with you? Erlang Shin. Why is there such a in the mountain river diagram? Old Tang could only hear Yang Jian's absent-minded voice at this time. Yang Jian, what happened? At this time, Yang Jian slowly sighed at this time. After being silent for a while, he said in a deep voice, Even if I tell you, you can't understand, just like how we can't understand the way of the sage. But no matter what, since this person controlled the fragment to seal Yuan Hong, at least it means that he is temporarily doing the same thing as us. No matter what, I must regain control of the mountain river diagram, and I can't let the supreme treasure of Empress Enviwa fall into the hands of the people of the Jia sect. In the sea of consciousness, Old Tang didn't listen to the words of this legendary Erlang Shin at all. At this time, his mind was full of the gaze and smile of Boss Luo in the skill mirror just now. Instinctively, Old Tang had a feeling that this gaze and smile seemed to be directed at him, not Yang Jian. Is he really a child of Team Luo? But soon, Mozin Yuan Hong's angry roar instantly interrupted Old Tang's thoughts. Mozin Yuan Hong's mobility was partially sealed by the mountain river lock, activated by Yang Jian, and now his body was bound by dozens of light rays. Such a huge world destruction white ape was tied up like a dumpling at this time, and one could imagine how it felt. Who is it? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. What kind of hero are you to hide your head and show your tail? Get the hell out of here. A burst of sound louder than thunder hit the ground. This angry roar even shook the people who were fighting with the white jade stone ape army, and they all had a splitting headache. After all, Nan Xiaonan's follower body didn't have a strong foundation, and at this time she was directly shaken to the point that her 7 orifices were bleeding. In the distance, Sword Saintly Yulou and Peace Between Man and Nature were also struggling to hold on. However, Jilian, who was rampaging in the white jade stone ape army, seemed to be unaffected at this time. When Mozin Yuan Hong roared, Jilian's body automatically emitted a gentle force to protect his ears. This seems to be the power of Glory Apostle. Jilian was thinking about the changes in his body at this time. Since he received Mr. Luo's help in the secret room of the weapon shop and completed the profession change, he had not had time to study this new ability properly. He really didn't have time. Every minute and every second, he was receiving all kinds of explosive information. In just half a day, no, in just 2 or 3 hours. But even if he consciously wanted to control the ability of Glory Apostle, he still couldn't get the hang of it. Just as Jilian was secretly panicking, his rampaging body suddenly stopped. The irascible small green sword had even become abnormally quiet at this moment. He completely stopped and saw a little girl in a white dress in front of him, looking at him. At this time, the little girl was standing in the white jade stone ape army. However, these fierce white jade stone apes seemed to not see the little girl, and they all flew past the little girl. You are. Jilian couldn't help but be stunned at this time and subconsciously said, Mr. Luo's sister? At this time, the little girl in white looked at Jilian indifferently at this time. You are my apostle. What? Jilian opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The little girl in white said directly, Be quiet. I will teach you the real power of glory, my apostle. Before Jilian could react, the little girl in white took a small step forward and directly appeared in front of him. What's more, the little girl directly reached out her slender hands and directly touched his cheeks. Little miss, what do you want to do? At this time, he was completely unable to move at all. Jilian was horrified to find that the hands of Mr. Luo's sister not only touched his face, but also his head at this time, and finally, the little girl in white's hands were completely inserted into his head. Knowledge, reconstruction, accelerated mode, At this moment, Ji Lian suddenly remembered his father Max. When he was forging new weapons and equipment, he would often throw a lot of materials directly into the furnace. Ji Lian felt like he was a pile of materials being thrown into the furnace. Pain! The heart-wrenching pain. In an instant, he let out a throat-tearing scream.